guess Jonathan Ross, Graham Norton.
Oh, Graham Norton, right.
Yeah, and there's a couple of younger ones, but you know what? You still rarely watch TV anymore, right? It's more like Netflix and box sets and so on, right?
Yeah, I support the BBC. Okay.
All right, sorry.
No, TV still. I think TV.
Do you pay your license?
I don't live there, but if I did, I'd.
Hey guys, let's tighten up. We're on.
All right, you're on standby.
Feels weird. I can't. My voice doesn't sound like how I think I sound with these things in my ear.
Guess get used to your new voice.
I guess.
Okay, you're on.
Welcome everyone. My name is Rich Park. Some of you might know me from my YouTube channel, What's on the Wrist. I'm also the owner of MicroLux Events and one of your hosts this entire weekend, along with this guy sitting next to me, socially distant and 6 feet away, of course. The legendary, the original watch blogger and author, and my good friend, Ariel Adams. How you doing, man?
Good. It was funny here. I think you were talking about jokes, and the first name that popped up was of our other host who's coming tomorrow. So were you responsible for that?
You actually helped introduce us to Victoria. Victoria Gamelski will join us starting tomorrow. And Victoria is the editor-in-chief of JCK Magazine, which is the largest and publication for the trade, the jewelry and watch industry, and her work has been seen in everywhere, man. It's been in Robb Report, Hollywood Reporter, Wall Street Journal, you name it. She's been in it. I think she's been in everything except Highlights magazine. You remember that magazine?
Highlights?
Highlights.
I still subscribe. Yeah.
I remember seeing that magazine every time in a doctor's office when I was a kid. But she's been in everywhere, and I've never worked with her, so I'm really excited to start working with her. But I believe you've worked with her before.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll be speaking with her tomorrow. Now we're starting the first day of Virtual MicroLux, and I think it's important to sort of talk about how we got here right now. We are in a room full of equipment. People can't see this, but the setup which has gone into this virtual presentation is probably as much, if not more, than the physical in-person MicroLux that we've done in the past in LA and Chicago. And so we wanted to make sure that 2020 had watch content, had new introductions. We could bring people to the brands and brands to the people. This is what we do. So we're hoping that over the next 3 days, there's going to be a lot of fantastic opportunities to chat. One of the things that I want to say right now is on YouTube, when you're watching this, comment. We can't see those comments live, but our producers are seeing that, and they will feed into our ears the better questions. So if you don't have good questions, Rich and I will not hear about it. No.
That's right. So Virtual MicroLux, or VML for short, is the very first virtual watch event in the US, and I'm really proud of that. And this is also the first time we are 3 days long, and people are tuning in from all over the world. So this is just a really exciting time for this. And we are live, not Saturday Night Live, which has a tape delay. So one of the cautions that we took when we dressed ourselves was making sure that you wouldn't witness any wardrobe malfunctions. Anyways, but I do want to thank our sponsors, eBay, Bhindi Jewelers, and Breitling. And I think we put together a really great program, really great segments, debut models that I'm really excited to see. And one of the segments that we're going to have is a watch collecting strategy with Ron Bhindi and Chad Tsagris. I think they're going to offer their tips and experiences on that, and that's also something I'm really looking forward to catching. We also have what we call a virtual chat room, which means at the end of each show, today, tomorrow, and Saturday, the participating brands, and they're going to put their Zoom link somewhere here on the screen, you guys can participate and join in. It's sort of like a private party with these brands, the brand owners, and I think that's going to be great. And from what I understand, there are going to be some special promotions going on during those segments. So we really encourage you to do that.
Sales promotions.
Sales promotions for their merch.
What I've noticed, and what you've noticed as well, Rich, at these events, one of the most important reasons why people go is not only to put the watches on the wrist, but to ask questions directly to the watchmakers themselves. And that's one of the reasons I love to go, and I'll notice how the guests who go to these events, not just MicroLux, but all of them, they want to ask questions to the people who are making the watches. Now that's crucial, right? Because you want to feel like they have you in mind as a consumer. So we wanted to build an opportunity so that those types of questions and answers could happen. And so again, that's why it's important to comment. But if you have more and you want to have more of a conversation, those breakout sessions, the private parties as you called it, they're going to be Zoom sessions, but they're going to be one-on-one with the principals of the brand, the people responsible for it. So I like that opportunity a lot because usually if you're at a trade show, you actually have less opportunity to ask questions than in what we've set up for you here. So I'm actually excited to see what people are going to ask. Ask the hard questions.
Yeah,
that's what I like.
Yeah, this is your really unique and private opportunity to do so. I think we've all experienced stay-at-home fatigue, and so this was really important for us is to present this virtual show. It's a next best thing to being there. Normally, this would be a time where we would have another MicroLux. We typically have 2 MicroLux events a year in the spring and the fall. We missed the spring because that was at the very height of what's going on. And we weren't able to do it safely for this fall, but we are actually looking forward to getting back to in-person events when we're able to safely do so. But I didn't want to miss this opportunity and go a whole year without talking about and showing things that we love with a real big passion.
It's hard to think about the importance of watches, given what's going on in the world and the context. And so a lot of people, it's hard to say, you have to pay attention to the new watches coming out. We can't miss these. But this is our bread and butter, and this is our life. And what we found, across our entire careers is that, people like watches as a sense of a distraction. It's a leisure opportunity. They do it for fun. And so especially these days when people have a deficit of fun, watches are something that a lot of people are gravitating to, not just in terms of buying them and wearing them, but also keeping up with what's going on. And there's been some great new watches this year. There really have been. I mean, look, I'll be the first to admit, the entire industry is like a whirlwind of, it's like, imagine a Wizard of Oz, right? And there's this giant tornado, and everything's up in the air. You don't know how it's going to land. It's going to land, but right now it's just like, this brand's over here, and this group's over here. You have no idea what's going on. And as media, I've always tried to give it some stability to say to the consumers, okay, this is what you need to know. Now, there's craziness, but through all that, the watch industry never fails to do what I want it to do, and that is to make good watches.
Yeah, we're sort of in a Watchnado kind of, a Sharknado reference for anyone who watches
Watchnado?
those.
Okay.
Yeah, but even in this crazy world, people, and crazy times I should say, buying watches. What do you think that is?
We had this discussion a lot. A lot of watch retailers are experiencing great sales. A lot of brands are doing better than expected. That's not all of them. And a lot of consumers are, really active right now. And so we sort of ponder the question, why is that? Because there's 3 principal reasons why the watch industry has to wait before it bounces back. And one of those things is people don't have as much to celebrate these days. You don't have weddings and anniversaries. I mean, they happen, but you don't really get to celebrate them. People need to be in a good, optimistic mood. There has to be high investor confidence. When there's uncertainty, that doesn't happen. And people need to travel, and they also need to have socializing to get to buy watches, and we don't have these things.
Retail therapy, sort of.
But we do have, well, that's to show off socially. Now we're doing, like you said, retail therapy. Watches are a great way to make yourself feel better. And a lot of people are sometimes getting watches as alternative investments. That's a whole other discussion. But I think right now it's time to get to our first brand, our first guest. I'll let you introduce them, Rich.
Yeah, I'm really excited to welcome Linde Werdelin from Linde Werdelin. He's calling us tuning in from London. Welcome, Jorn. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you, Rich. It's good to see Ariel. It's been quite some time.
It has
been. Seeing each other physically, at least. It has, yeah. But it flies, especially when you can't move, right? It's kind of the opposite of what you expect. But suddenly, 2020 has almost gone.
Here's my question for you, because you're not a new brand. In fact, when aBlogtoWatch started back in about 2007, Linde Werdelin was one of the first brands that we started working with, talking about. So the trajectory of my business is actually similar to yours. So we've been around so long. And so you've had a gauge on making like long-term big business decisions. You knew that 2020 was going to be weird. How did that affect your decision of what to release, how many watches to release? You released some watches, but from a watchmaker's perspective, tell us a little bit about how the uncertainty of this year had an effect on your release schedule.
Well, when the pandemic started, in January, February, we decided early on that we would not want to launch any new pieces before the world had sort of returned to a little bit more of a positive sentiment. And I thought it was about, at least for us, that kind of feeling that when things are really negative and people are scared and people are losing their jobs and et cetera, et cetera. That's how things were in February, March, April. We thought, for us at least, it was not appropriate to come up with watches that obviously whatever price level they're at, it's a lot of money. So the first piece that we launched this year was the 22nd of June, which was when we came out of lockdown here in the UK. Since then, we've done three series. We're doing a couple of more pieces this year. And then I think next year we'll go back to what I would call normal schedule, which is like 6 series per year.
That's a good number of watches, for a small brand like Linde Werdelin. How did you choose which of the 3 watches? Is that a difficult decision where they're just the next ones in line? I'm just trying to imagine the conversations you had. Like, okay, guys, like which of these do we release? Like, how does the thinking go? I'm just curious.
Well, I mean, we launched what was the 3-timer Nord, which is the first time we've done a female dial. And I thought it was a nice way of coming back to introduce a watch which, cost about £5,000, and not start out, at the top end. So the next piece we just launched back in, I think it was in early September, was the Moonlight, the Octopus Moonlight, and obviously that's a more complicated, more expensive piece.
Yeah.
But I thought we would start out slowly.
Yeah, I have it on right now. I actually, I love this. I love this Moonlight a lot. What Ariel was talking about, of course. What Ariel was talking about, being cautious, and what you were talking about is being cautious during these times. When we you and I chatted a few months ago, and there were a lot of brands and companies that are scrambling, but you held firm. You were seemingly well positioned that you didn't want to rush into anything until you were ready. What kind of advice would you give?
No. Well, I would say, we are lucky because we, about 5 years ago, we stepped back from wholesale and we stepped back from Basel World. And it was because I could see that, even at the best of times, when things were good for us. But when things were bad, they were actually terrible for us. And I want to change that around into something where when things are good, it's great. When things are bad, it's just bad. And also to get into a situation where where we don't have to sell watches, if you see what I mean. Because I think we're in an industry where people come to us to buy. We don't go to them to sell. And therefore, I think it's important to kind of have control of what we do and to be able to do things on our own term. So when we changed around in 2015, a lot of people came to me and said, "Jon, what are you doing? Things are not going well, et cetera, et cetera." And funny enough, 4 or 5 years later, after we've completely changed, upside down, I would say, and like we introduced pre-owned back in 2016, we customized existing pieces. We engage directly with the client all the time. Literally from sort of a cradle to grave. Where it's not about just selling another watch to a customer and then finding a new customer and sell them a watch and a new customer and sell them a watch. It's actually about it becomes more like a community. And I sometimes think we always call it a brand, but and obviously some brands are brands. But some brands, and I think that's probably where we are in the middle, right? We are a community, sort of a brand, right? But we are not like Rolex and Patek and so on, which just by the name is super well known. And our customer, our client is someone who has already owned a few pieces and really understands, the watch world and is interested in it. And when they come to us, it's because they trust us and they understand what we are about.
Yeah, I was just going to ask
our
you.
Universes. Yeah.
I was just going to ask you, what kind of client is a Linde Werdelin client? And you actually started to touch on that. So.
Well, I mean, very often it's not necessarily someone who is extreme, sporty, dives, climbs mountains, etc. But I think someone who likes that, those two universes and also what that brings along in terms of aesthetics, functionality, and how we see ourselves, and also what we do, vis-a-vis nature and how we, conduct ourselves. And then obviously, there's a very personal element to it. And, very often I am directly involved in a sale or how, or meet with customers. They come here, very happy to meet with them. Sometimes it obviously happens in London that, we bump into someone and, it's a Linde Werdelin owner, and it's nice to have that direct connection with it. But and that was something we always had. And I think when Ariel mentioned that we started in, together in 2007, already then we knew that we can't do this in the traditional way. We can't advertise in magazines, to build awareness. We have to use the new media. And I remember when, we first started, working with you, Ariel, this was the beginning. I mean, there was a time when bloggers were not journalists and journalists were not bloggers. And within a few years, everybody in the industry realized that, this is not something that's going away. This is something that's here to stay. And then obviously that developed into, social media, Instagram, which we've seen, kind of the rise and also the fall of between, 2013 and 18, 19, where I would say it's kind of losing its power, at least for the smaller brands.
Speaking of enduring power, I think we should talk about the three-timer, because the three-timer was one of the first watches that I ever learned about from the brand. It's a GMT watch, and it was a very heavily focused watch for Linde Werdelin, and then you de-emphasized it. Then you brought it back, and I think today in 2020, you look at the three-timer, especially on the bracelet, it's remarkably relevant. It's got the profile of a lot of the watches, like literally the visual profile of a lot of the watches that people like today. It's got a bracelet. It's easy to read. It's fun. It still feels very modern. The design has aged very well. I want to ask you, has it surprised you in any way how well the three-timer has held up? It's in a sense, it's aged quite gracefully. Tell me about that.
Yeah. We introduced the three-timer in Basel in 2009. And that was another period of, turmoil. But back in 2009, it went like down, boop, and straight up again. Right? It was like 3 months of quiet, and then, after that, it was just go, go, go. And at the same time, we introduced the Spido lights, which we worked with Sven Andersen with. And the interest was purely focused on the Spido lights. And that led us to develop further the Octopus, or the Octopus 2, as we called it then, and the Spido family with the Spido light and Spido speed. And the three-timer and the other biphometers sort of got a little bit forgotten in that. And then we thought, let's just focus on those two universes, the diving and the mountaineering. But then in 2016, 16 or 17, I had a conversation with Christian Hagen, who right, who's a good friend and a Danish journalist, etc., etc. And we've talked, every week since the early days. And he said, Jan, I really missed out on that original brown three-timer you did, 22 pieces of. And I said, listen, Christian, should we do one? Right? Because we can do one. You choose the color, you choose the strap, etc., etc. And we did a series of 33 pieces. With Christian, and it just proved that it was time. We were ready to kind of have a retrospective, right, and look a little bit back into what we had done before, and then the three-timer became part, one of the families.
So you have
of what we have.
You talked about the bespoke designer who makes these colors. Your dials are not the typical black, blue, and white. They have a very distinct, rich palette of colors that are very distinct. They're very bespoke, I would say. So what kind of process goes into you figure out what kind of dial colors? Because look, one of your watches stand out from across the room. There's just no mistaking any Linde Werdelin. So how do you determine the dial colors?
Well, I mean, originally, obviously, Morten Linde is responsible for all the design, and he made the cases, he made the dials, he made the various models. In terms of color, I would say that we have moved probably towards a more masculine, a kind of color code that has more to do with the universes that we're in, and I mean, time changed, right? And I think when we first started out, you try different things and you listen to people, and should we have red? Should we have green? Should we do yellow? Orange, blue, and we tried out various colors, and obviously some colors, kind of, have, value or time, right? Or, stand the test of time, but then other colors, don't. And so a couple of years ago, we thought, listen, we just gotta be consistent in what we do, and that has to do with water, rocks, cliffs, snow, the sky, everything that's sort of more natural, and probably also a little bit, I would say, like I said before, a more masculine color coding. And I think that has reflected, I mean, I believe people like it, and that's what they say to us.
Well, for the three-timer, I want to go back to the three-timer. Your newest color is the Nord. It's like a different type of blue. Why is that your favorite color? Well, right now.
Well, I mean, blue is it's water, it's the sky, it's snow, it's ice, right? I mean, blue is our color. That's Linde Werdelin's kind of essence, right? And I think we were missing blues, and in particular with the Fume, I saw a customized Rolex some time ago. And it surprised me that what I would say, is a sports watch actually looked really good with a Fume dial. So I asked our dial maker, let's try with a three-timer and see how it comes out. And for me, Fume is quite a traditional type of dial. Yeah. So when we put it into the three-timer and then we sandblasted the entire case, I was actually really surprised about how much I liked it. Because it is that fusion of some, which I would call a little bit more classic, and something which is modern, right? I mean, like Ariel, you said, the cases are quite sort of industrial, and with the angularity, right? Which obviously comes from, kind of the original idea of attaching, instruments to.
I was about to bring that up. Look.
So these are instruments that we made up to 2012. And the original idea, obviously, was that you should have a beautiful mechanical timepiece on a day-to-day basis, and the functionality that you need for when you go to the mountains or in the sea, you have separate in an instrument. So it's the combination of these two things, which someone called, extreme complications, right? And but then. In 2012, when we decided to, move on, it was because you could download some of this, on these things, right? Yeah. Suddenly, what we did became software at £1.50, and I see there was no way that we could kind of compete with that, and it was better for us to move on and to let that remain our original story, right? Because when we started out in 2002 and developed these watches with the instruments, you have to remember that there were no iPhones. It was a different world 18, 20 years ago. And the notion that technology, could be worn on the arm, there were no smartwatches, right? I mean, the iWatch was maybe for some a dream, for the rest of us, absolutely, like going to Mars.
I think one of the things that I would want to remind people, especially those that are new to the Linde Werdelin brand, is just how many instances you've really been ahead of your time. And I'm holding the 3-timer in my hand, and I'm thinking about from a fashion perspective. But I was going to bring up the instruments, the rock, the reef. I mean, this was innovative stuff. It was also fantasy stuff, right? Because this idea that you had this piece of technology that also looked really good. I mean, it was like, I saw something this in a comic book. I want to make a real one. And that fits in directly to the sort of mentality and the ethos that many sort of luxury watch collectors have, where they want to think of these otherworldly professions that they don't really have. They look at their wrist and they imagine, I'm a superhero today. I'm some type of professional diver. I'm an aviator. And you even had a comic book for a while. I mean, you really had this amazing brand building.
Remember, you were in it.
I was in one of them. And I feel that some people today that don't have the history that I have with you could see some of this and be like, oh, they're doing a Me Too because this is such a popular look. I'm like, but they've been doing it for more than a decade. They're not Me Too. They're just like, oh, by the way, we've been doing this for a long time. And so I think that's a very positive thing to say about you, but you're so humble about it.
Did you know at the time that you were making the 3-timer that it was going to be this timeless design?
How could
18 years later?
No, and I think it's I mean, now, I will have to give full credit to Morten because he was kind of the leading on that. I personally I don't do the design. I kind of do the other parts of it, and Morten had full if that's what you think, Morten, then that's what we do.
Well,
and I think when we started out, and it's funny you say that, Ariel, when someone, and obviously it happens occasionally, right? Yeah, it looks like an AP or looks like Nublo. But if you take that away, and if you take the Royal Oak, which was really the first kind of modern sports watch with an integrated strap, and Miguel Seabra, the Portuguese journalist, once said to me, for me, that's the definition of a modern sports watch, that you have integration, right? So you have a very small part of the world that does these modern sports watches. The rest is much more classical. So you could essentially say about most other brands, but that's a copy of a Patek Philippe.
Sure. I mean, I think originality is important, but wearability and consistency, and all good watch designs take a number of years before they become classic, just by definition. There's no instant classics. Only time will tell.
I think it takes a generation to establish a brand, and I really understand why. Two words that comes to mind is trust and soul. And when you go and you trust us to buy one of our pieces, it is a lot of money, even if it's 4,000 or 5,000 pounds. And for that, I do respect that people, they need to wear it on their arm and say, you know what, I did well, right? I'm actually, I'm happy with the purchase that I made. And given how much there is on offer, and some of the brands that have history that stretches back 250 years, sometimes I am really sort of, wow, I'm pleased. I see some of the customers. We had one recently, and he came in and he had a Vacheron Constantin overseas on, right? For me, that's also one of the classics. And when people have that, I would say taste or inclination, and then they come to us and say, I really want one of your pieces, that gives me comfort, or it has some sort of meaning, this, right? But I also think, it is a very humbling industry, because it is tough, right? And we were talking about 2020, and when we went into lockdown, I said to our people, I said, if we don't sell a watch for the next 3 months, I wouldn't be surprised. But interestingly enough, we have, and I wouldn't say we were doing better than we were doing before, but we're not doing too badly. And like you said earlier, right? There is this interest for watches, and it doesn't go away, and which is great.
And this is your the newest release here. This is the Moonlight.
Yep.
Extremely comfortable, gorgeous looking watch. But you don't rest on the more common or whatever case designs are out there or dials. It's not good enough for you. Whether it's the materials like this one, which is a proprietary material, right? It's stronger than steel, lighter than titanium. Yeah. Why is that so important for you? And the same thing with the movement. You actually go through great efforts to customize the movements. Why is what you see out there or what you can get from a manufacturer not good enough for you?
Well, it's a tough world, right? And I remember when we went to Basel, and you prepare, you work so hard, et cetera, et cetera. And then when you sit with the distributors and the retailers and the journalists, right? It's like, so what's new? And so every year, we kind of had to, okay, what's next? What's next? What next? And again, we come back to there's so much on offer. So you have to, find, and what we were looking at our university, also like ski bindings and, ski boots and dive equipment, et cetera, right? And, that's, in particular dive equipment, right? It's crazy how well it has to be made. Because obviously, when you're 30 meters down, if something fails, you're pretty much a goner, right? And it's so very early on we experienced with with materials, we have 3D TP carbon, which is it's a layered carbon. We have ALW, which is I really like that alloy. I like the color of it, and the feeling of it too. And funny enough, that piece came around almost by accident, right? So we were going to present some new pieces, and we had 2 spider lights, and we had 1 octopus. So Morten and I, we sit in the office in Denmark and said, well, what are we going to do? It doesn't seem right that we have 2 from one family and only 1 from another family. And we had this block of ALW, as we call it. And one said, well, why don't we just try and mill 1 raw, simply as it is? And we did, and that's what came out of it. And when we did the first Moonlight, the 59 pieces went like, woof, straight away.
This one, you saw these.
Personally, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because
no, not that one. That is the 3rd iteration of the Moonlight.
Okay.
Speaking of materials, I'm wearing a version here of the Spiderlight. So this is a skeletonized dial, skeletonized case in titanium, and these are challenging techniques, and they become very popular since. But again, you were ahead of your time doing skeletonized cases when this was very rare, and featuring materials when it wasn't as big of a deal back then. And so I want to ask, from a technical perspective, what goes into the actual manufacturing? Because this is not just skeletonization, but this has to remain structurally integral.
Yeah.
And it has to look good, and it has to have good polishings and things like that. If you just see the final result, it's maybe not as impressive as if you know the story behind how it was made. So talk to me a little bit about how you actually manufacture the Spiderlight cases.
Well, first of all, these are cases that you simply would not have been able to do 20, 25 years ago, because it requires very sophisticated CNC machines. It requires computer programming so that you can turn everything inside and out, right? And apart from that, we had to reconstruct the Spiderlight case at least 3 times. And when we first did it, we took original bifrometer cases, and we essentially dug out material. And then we had 2 generations of Spiderlights before that one there. And it is it's kind of a 2-part case. I mean, it's more than 2 parts, but there's the central cylinder, and then there's the outer case. And you're exactly right that it depends on the materials. So when we do the outer case in gold, it looks different from titanium, and when we do it in carbon, different also, because it depends on the material. Because it is this balance between aesthetics and functionality, right? Because obviously it can't break.
So Jorn, I know we got to wrap it up soon, but I did want to ask you a real quick question, because I want to give you full credit for that. Of the entire industry, you were the first one to start selling pre-owned watches on your website, and now it seems like today so many other companies are doing that. Do you find that flattering, or does that just frustrate you, but you accept it because it's just
no,
part
listen,
of
but when we did it, I was called up by a couple of our colleagues, also independent brands, and they said, Jan, why are you doing this? Are you sure? And I said, listen, I think it's a must, and I think we all have to do it. And I think the industry will eventually go to that. And part of it is also to take full responsibility for everything you've ever done. And for us, I want to talk to someone who has a piece that he bought 10 years ago. We want to help him, sell it, customize it, swap it in for another one. And also it was very important, and in particular in 15 and 16, to make sure that the pre-owned market was solid. Because obviously pulling back from wholesale was fraught with problems, right? Because suddenly you're exposed to retailers and the whole world went online. And in the old days, we would have one retailer in Tokyo, and the customers there, they couldn't speak to the retailer in Miami, right? But suddenly with pre-owned and Skype calls, and everybody speaks English, and by the way, can travel, EasyJets, for 24 pounds, right? Changed the world so dramatically. So, coming back to sort of the pre-owned, I think it's an important thing to do. So, and I really advocate that everybody should, get on it.
I want to just chime in there, because from the consumer standpoint, when it comes to a pre-owned watch from a boutique luxury brand, a lot of things can go wrong when you just buy one on the open market.
For sure.
What you, Linde Werdelin, and some subsequent brands have done has said, okay, we want to make sure that the experience with our products remains high, even if you just buy one online. And the easiest way to do that was to reacquire the watches yourselves, check them, make sure they're good, sell them at a fair price because it's pre-owned, but you also want to maintain that experience. And I don't think a lot of customers understand that, because when you buy a pre-owned watch, a used watch, it's the Wild West. Yeah. You could be really lucky, but you could get something that you didn't want.
Yeah. No. And do you remember back in the day, like 20, 25 years ago, if you wanted to have a used watch, as it was called then, it would be in some sort of back streets, right? And, sort of slightly dodgy, watch dealer, right? And, sometimes it was good, sometimes it wasn't good. But the pre-owned market has really come to the fore, and Chrono 24, Watchfinder, Watchbox, and I mean, I think what we thought about back in 16 and 17, we sort of okay, pre-owned is important, but I've been with some of these guys like Tim Strecker and Lloyd Amston, and I just completely I underestimated.
So we have to we have to wrap it up. I want to thank you so much. I want to congratulate you for your recent award. You won the Sustainability and our Positive Luxury Award. I know you're really proud of that. Congratulations on that. Thank you so much for joining Ariel and me, and we'll see you soon. And we encourage everyone to check out your website.
Thank you so much for your time.
Check out Linde Werdelin. They make some great watches. We have a number of reviews over the years on aBlogtoWatch. Yeah. Jorn, thank you again.
Thank you, and have a good weekend. Enjoy.
So we're going to have Arnaud Lapierre from Perrelet coming up at 11:55, so just in a few minutes. Thanks, guys. So the Welcome back, and we are with Arnaud Lapierre with Perrelet. Arnaud, it's great to see you. The last time we saw each other was last year in MicroLux Chicago. How are you doing?
Very good. Nice to be with you. And it's true that was last time I was in Chicago about a year ago.
Exactly, yeah. Times have changed.
Time flies.
Yeah, and you're in Miami right now, right?
I'm in Miami, yes.
And you are getting ready for Perrelet to head to Mexico.
Yes, we're going to be next week in the SIA, which is the Salon International de Alta Gelores. That's in Mexico, DFA, and they've been having this convention since 10 years now. And we're going to see they have this new form with respecting all the health recommendations. So we're going to see how it's going to happen with this first time convention, I think physical convention that since the pandemic.
Yeah.
We're jealous. We want. I was at the CR a couple of years ago. I like that Alta Relojes, like high watches. That's a cute part of the name.
It's a nice convention.
Yeah. So we want to make sure that we not only talk about the new Perrelet watches, but also to discuss a little bit about the brand context. This is a brand which is part of the Festina Group, which is a Spanish-based company. These are Swiss-made watches. You have worked with many watch brands over the years. The first question I had is, what, if anything, does it having Spanish management change about the brand that you might not have in a Swiss or a German-owned luxury watch company?
I think that, Perrelet belongs to Festina Group, which is a Spanish group, and they own Festina. Keep in mind that all the manufacturing and the head office of Perrelet is still in Bienne, Switzerland. To belong to a bigger group and always bring some resource in terms of marketing, resource in terms of social media development, and we can take benefit of all the tools that Festina Group have for the other brands and get that to Perrelet and making sure that they get the best of the strengths of being a part of a group and not being alone. So it's a plus knowing that we Perrelet keep its own DNA and still, I mean, it's a Swiss brand, Swiss-made, whole movement.
So I think for some people that might not be familiar with the full, long, and very rich history of Perrelet, it was Abraham Louis Perrelet that was actually credited with inventing the first automatic movement in 1777, I believe.
Highly controversial.
Yeah.
Yes, highly controversial. There's been like this long discussion and to know, it's like about when the first researchers find the vaccine. I mean, they both with Breguet, I think they both at the same time invented the automatic movement. And the one said that is the first one compared to the other one. But at the end, I think that they were working on the same time on the same new technology, and they, I guess, couple of, I'm not back to over there, but couple of months in between, they develop at the same time the automatic movement. So they're both legitimate to say that they were the first one to invent.
They helped each other. Speaking of automatic,
they might work together.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to talk about that and how it sort of transformed into the turbine, because a lot of people may not associate the turbine watch collection with automatic winding and how that came together. So I remember before the turbine came out, and I don't know if they still do it, but Perrelet made these double rotor watches that were for higher winding efficiency, and you'd have the automatic rotor on the back of the movement, and you'd have another one on the dial. I imagine, I don't know this for sure, maybe you can confirm it, but when someone saw that rotor moving on the front, they're like, why don't we make something more artistic out of it? And then the turbine was born. Is that how it came about, or am I confused?
I think it's. I mean, the double rotor is still existing. I mean, we still have this piece here. I mean, I don't know if you can see well.
Oh yeah. So it still exists. Yeah.
So it still exists, and you still have the two rotor, one on the front and one on the back. They both work independently, and they both wind the movement on their own. So that was a nice invention, and we still have a collection in having the double rotor with open dial or non-open. And the turbine was more on the, I would say, artistic and fun part of the collection, and they kind of use the fact that they have the double rotor. But on the turbine, it's more a design of the watch than a real efficient of the rotor. Because keep in mind that the turbine, it's two dials, one on top of each other, and the first one spin above the fixed one. But that turbine system is not the rotor, doesn't wind the movement, and you have to the back of the watch has its rotor.
And the turbine is your Perrelet's flagship, is that correct?
It was launched about 8 years ago or 10. I mean, well, about that time, and it came strong in the US, and to the point that yes, it became the DNA of the brand. People identify a lot with the turbine, and sometimes we have people know more the turbine than the brand. I mean, they say, yes, this is the cool watch that the dial spinning, and they couldn't remember the brand, but they know about the watch.
Which one do you have on? Which one are you wearing?
I have the yacht version of the turbine with the navy blue dye and the blue rubber. The beauty of the turbine collection is that it was developed in a lot of different versions. You have the 3 hands, you have the yacht club, you have the diver, you have the central chronograph, you have the pilot, you have limited edition, you have a wall timer. I mean, there's a lot of different versions of the turbine collection.
So many of them, in fact, that you have, the functional ones, like you said. I remember there's the aviator one, the chronograph, which is behind you on that banner. But then all these wild artistic ones, like there was the one that the mango one with the sort of hentai on it. I remember that. It was a little racy one. And there was, there was the hentai one.
Yeah. Like you're playing cards, kind of.
There was a poker one. There was a different one.
Peeking through, and you see a little bit more revealing of
No, there was a total hentai one as well. Its own thing. But I'm sure you even lose track of some of these limited editions. There's been so many. Do you ever discover ones and be like, oh, it's so cool that they did that?
They have a couple of them that was. I mean, the Vegas was still a part of the collection, and they changed the different cards in beneath. You have the skull one on a limited edition, which I do have it here. I don't know if it's really, you can see the dial, but
you gotta spin it for us.
Spin it.
A diamond, you have a diamond curl.
Oh yeah, and the thing is, it spins so well. I think what a lot of people don't appreciate when they see maybe like a static picture of the turbine is they don't understand that the appeal of these watches is that when you wear them on your wrist, and there's this constant, very fluid, elegant motion, it's fun. It's one of the most emotional, like luxury sport watches I think exist because of the sort of visual animation, how it's dancing.
Yeah.
What do some of the consumers say about it? Because you have people that wear multiple ones, get new ones all the time. How are they incorporating it in their lifestyle? Are they just wearing it? Do they wear it on special occasions? Tell us what the average Perrelet turbine wearer is like, Arnaud.
I think it's a sport watch. I mean, it's a sports watch, and it's really a daily watch that you can wear when you want. And they love to play with the spinning of the turbine, and they love the cool effect that you have when you always move your hands, so the watch is always in motion. I mean, there was something happening in your watch, and it's always nice to see the dial spinning when you move. Back to the limited edition, there was two of them that had a great success. It was the erotic limited edition, and it was the Paranoid, also the Paranoid one. When you spin it, you have those supraluminova spin that make you like dizzy.
Like the Vertigo one. Yeah.
So that's what those people remember, and actually the erotic one, they have some collector that look for the erotic turbine.
I want
Manga. It's like a manga edition. Sorry.
No, I wanted to say that before I got a chance to experience that turbine, I wasn't sure how I would feel about that. I thought, this is going to make me dizzy all day long. But the really cool thing is it does stop when you start to look at it. It slows down. It's not, it's not constantly. So I thought that is really cool. That's just not a novelty. I actually dig that a lot.
Yeah, it's not just totally free spinning.
No, yeah.
It's designed to have a little stop position. Yeah, it's very difficult to describe what the turbine's like.
I love it. Yeah.
I think it's a luxury watch, right? So in luxury watches, you have luxury animation as well as the luxury materials and high horology. There's plenty of novelty watches that do little fun things.
Right.
But I think what separates this is very clearly in the luxury category. These watches several $1,000s, and they're engineered and designed to look and feel like watches that are several $1,000s. And I think it's really important to say that because people at some point, not all customers, but they feel worried about having a playful watch at luxury prices. And I think that you know this, of course, living in Miami. That's the epicenter of having playful watches at luxury prices.
That's true. It's the good market for watches. People like to come and have fun in Miami, and everything that can have a luxury and fun part, they like it in Miami. Yeah.
Let's talk about some of the more, I guess you could say, traditional watchmaking elements. We know that the Perrelet turbines are fun, but talk to us a little bit about some of the unique features in Perrelet. We talked about the double rotor, maybe some of the other collections as well. Help people fill in some of the gaps about what the brand today is like.
I think that the brand, the Perrelet doesn't go in a high complication. They go with the first complication, which is going to be the central chronograph, where you have all the functionality in the center and not on the sub dial. That's a little small complication on watches. I don't know if you can see well here, but you have all the functionality of the chrono is in the center, so that's why it's called a central chronograph. You have, of course, the pilot with all the different dial, but as I say, it's more like the first level of complication. And also the execution of the watch is always very well finished.
I was just going to say that. You stole my next line because I wanted to talk about what Ariel was saying. It's a real luxury watch and it's not a novelty. But one of the first things I noticed was the finishing on that turbine was just, you could just tell that just really oozes quality. But
yeah,
go ahead.
No, it's true. If you first the case, it's not a simple case. It's always a shape, a case that has some die cut and a brush and polish finish. So that's another element. If you look at the back, it's always a see-through back, so you can always see the beauty of the movement and the quality of the finishing. They're all water resistant. The lugs. Also the way the lugs are
integrated.
That's nice.
So what's the price of that one? The aviation version. How much does that one cost?
The pilot is retail about high 5,000, 6,000, 5,900 or 6,200 depending on the version you're getting.
Is that what you say the average price point is of Perrelet? I'm just trying to get an idea to tell people what sort of the average price, not necessarily the entry level, but like if you want to get a basic turbine, what is that going to cost you?
If you want a three-hands turbine, it's going to start at 4,500. And then if you go on a small complication like the pilot or the central chrono or the yacht club or the diver or a wall timer, and then you go on the high 5,000, 6,000 retail price.
And one of the things, I knew that we were going to do this at some point. We're live, and I just had a little bit of a flow.
It's okay. I'll ask
the question. I can't remember what that is. I can't remember. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna have to take this one, Ariel.
I remember early on when I saw the turbines, and again they've evolved over the years. But there was this little system where you would fold out the crown, and then you would spin it, and the idea was to have a very uniform, elegant look. And again, I'm just trying to bring up details here about that. Oh, you might have one right there. So
yeah, you still have this.
I love showing those little details.
The crown where you have a little flip.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
Half of the crown, and then allow you to unscrew and pull the crown. So that's also a nice detail. I mean, if you look at also the definition of the dial, they're all automatic movement. And this year we launched a new case of the famous turbine. It's called the Evo, which is a more modern version of the turbine.
I love that one, yeah.
And that comes with a cost certified movement. So that gives a little more high-end of the movement. So I don't know if you can see well here, but the case is very similar, but it gives a more modern.
What's the case size? Because the Pilot and the Yacht one, those are very large, but I know that there's the smallest I ever saw was 43. What's the case size?
Yeah,
of the
44 for the first size, and then it goes 48 for the big one. But you can have on the ladies, it goes 39, and we have two sizes on the ladies. 36 and 39. So I mean, if even a man can have a 39 turbine, if you want a small version of the turbine.
Well, I would say
do you make the flower one still? Because I remember there was for women, some of my favorite women's watches of all time. I forgot that they were called the flower. Yeah. Well, I'm talking. You remember the ones that had like the little, looks like little petals and stuff like that. That's a new version of it. But
that's a new version. It's called the Amethyst collection or the diamond flowers, and we have the woman version of the double rotor. So you have again one rotor in the front, which is a mother of pearl rotor.
That's cool.
And then on the back, the normal rotor, and you have a blue tungsten hands. And it's diamond bezel, so it's a very elegant woman watch. And we do people like, I mean, women like this collection because it's very feminine and
it's flirty. You have motion on the wrist. It's something shiny on the wrist. It's flirtation.
Perrelet is more known, I think, for men's watches, right? But I think there might be a considerable market share that Perrelet has for women. I mean, what is?
I mean, it's true that the Perrelet is, because of the turbine success, is more known as a man watch.
Right.
But the flower collection, it's when people see it and people look at this double rotor, but designed for women with either mother of pearl or open front rotor with diamond. That gives a very feminine watch with all the Swiss automatic technology that you can have on the watch, but simple, and because I don't think women like very much all the complication that the men's likes.
Well, I would say that the new Evo in 44 millimeters, though, I don't think it's not that big. I spent considerable time with it. I think that short lug to lug doesn't extend past the wrist bone. So I actually
it's very wearable.
Very wearable,
yeah.
Very wearable. It just has a great wrist presence without anyone saying, well, that's just way too big for you. It just has a great wrist presence.
Yeah, the Evo, they changed the lug finish, so it's more on the, they go more on the wrist size and shape.
Yeah.
And that's, even though it's a 44, its fit has maybe a better fit.
Yeah.
That the classic turbine case, and again, it gives a more contemporary look of the turbine. And we're going to have soon the woman version of the new case, the Evo case. For women. So that's coming for Double T for the end of the year, maybe next year.
Speaking of things coming up, I get particularly excited about the artistic limited edition versions of the turbine. We were talking about the hentai ones, which I guess everyone's very popular. But tell us about some of the artistic inspiration that the brand is playing with right now. You know, we live in interesting times. There's a lot of interesting artistic opportunities. What are people going to see in terms of some of the upcoming limited editions artistic? And maybe there's some new ones now that you can talk about.
Yeah, we actually, with the beauty of the turbine is thanks to the two dial, the one on the top that spin and the one on the back that stay, we can always customize completely the bottom dial, and having discovered this second dial with when the first one spin. Talking about that, at the beginning we talked about the Mexican convention. We have two limited edition we're going to present there for the Mexican is
the camo.
The camo is for worldwide distribution, but the two for the Mexican market is one with the flag and the national flag, Mexican flag, and the other one is the one for the Dia de la Muerte, which is this day of celebration of the death. And we have beneath the spinning dial, we have a nice curl with all the bright color of the Mexican color. And those are going to be only 25 pieces limited edition. So, and we work here with also someone maybe to do an artistic version, an artistic collaboration on the turbine, and have it also in the limited edition.
So you have different themes. Like was it last year, maybe 2 years ago, you had one that was the Year of the Rooster for the Chinese New Year. Now you have this Mexican themed watch. How well in advance does Perrelet prepare some of those watches for it? Is it like a year in advance? And then how long is that process to put together that special edition?
It can be a year project. Like the Chinese, we always do the one limited edition for the Chinese market, which is the year of the Chinese sign. Camo is also, we've been working for about 6 months, but we can also be very fast when we work, like when we decided to do a limited edition for the Mexican market. By the time we talk and the time we have the final watch, it can be in 3 months. We can execute.
No, that's fast.
So that can be very fast if we know exactly what we want, and we have. That's the power of the Festina group, is we can go with all the designer that for the dial, and then the execution, of course, is gonna go in Switzerland and in the factory. But for the design, we can take advantage of all the marketing team of the Festina group.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the other models, because you have the double rotor, you have the turbine. There was a model that came out pretty recently called the Weekend, which was a very simple dress watch. And when I saw this watch, I thought to myself, it's very basic for someone like me that is sort of a very experienced watch lover. But for someone who's just getting into watches, and maybe like the quote-unquote minimalist watches that have been popular on some inexpensive ones, that's what they grow up with now, as seeing what a luxury watch is, and then you come in with something like this. Is this specifically trying to focus on that market that's young and that's just getting into luxury watches, or is there a different theme behind the Weekend?
That's a good question.
Yeah, the Weekend, we wanted to have a luxury first, affordable line, classic, more in a classic direction. With having all the quality of the Perrelet brand, which means automatic movement, see-through back. The back is a see-through movement. 24, we call it Weekend because it has a 48 power reserve, which is 2 days. And we decided to do something very classic in the design, with 3 hands, open heart, and GMT, and we have it in 3 different color dial: black, the silver, and the brown one. And now we're introducing a blue one. We comes with alligator strap or metal stainless steel metal strap, and price point is start at 1,200 for the 3 hands. 1,500 for the open heart, and 1,600 for the GMTs. So with having this nice price, we offer people to enter to a very luxury watch with a reasonable price, with a classic design, and that's a market we wanted to be, and see how people feel comfortable with that.
Affordable. I mean, a couple of years ago, a brand like Perrelet never would have a $1,200 watch. Talk us a little bit about the conversations you had internally when it came to pricing. I mean, it's very different than the turbines and things like that. Help us understand some of the discussions that brands have these days when it comes to incorporating some of these new entry-level price points.
So when you want to do a nice introduction price point, I mean, if you look at the turbine, the case is not like a simple round case, and you have the finish and polish and brush. And now, if you go to the weekend, we go really on the very simple case without having the finishing of the two-tone finishing. The dial also is very simple. So we try to minimize the detail that make a watch more expensive, but keeping the same automatic in-house movement and the same quality that you have on the turbine. Right. You have to know that the turbine, it's a two-dial. You have it's very, very delicate to put two dial, one on top of it, and that spin, and without having the axe moving and damaging the dial. So the work on those turbines takes more times and more labor than on a simple weekend. That's why we are able to have this price point for the weekend.
You mentioned in-house movements. Now, also part of the Festina group is Soprod. And Soprod is a major movement maker. And Soprod is the movement which is in all the Perrelet watches. Tell us a little bit about the Soprod movements and then some of the bespoke elements that you'll only find in Perrelet watches.
Soprod, I mean, Soprod is also belongs to Festina, and that's a very volume. I mean, they do like very nice movement. And what we do is that we take the base. Perrelet has the Soprod base, but then every movement base are reworked in the Perrelet factory in terms of putting complication like the chrono, like the world timer or the dual tone GMT. And also the work we do at Perrelet is we rework all the pieces of the base and having a hand finishing on the back, having also the rotor redesigning. So yes, the base is Soprod, but at the end, it's at the end the finish movement is a Perrelet movement with the first because we put a lot of improvement and finish that you don't have in the Soprod basic movement.
So the Evo has been out for a while now. Why was it so important for you to have that COSC or the COSC certification in that movement, and yet you didn't really raise the price from the iteration before?
No, we keep, that's true. I mean, the 3 hands Evo goes on the low 4,000 retail price. And the cost certificate is to give another level of Swiss quality movement that Perrelet always has, but want to make sure that it's visible to the public. I mean, so people know that all the movement of the Evo is cost certified, and that's I think it's to put another level of quality to the client or people who's going to buy a Perrelet watch.
So Arnold, thank you so much. You want to remind everybody again where Perrelet is going to be in Mexico? What's the name of the event again, and when is that? This weekend?
It's going to be next week. It's going to start Tuesday from the 20th of October to the 23rd. And it's in the Mexico DFA, the city of Mexico. It's at the St. Regis Hotel, and the CR is called Salon Internacional de Alta Relores.
And can they learn more about this on Perrelet.com?
We're going to have a nice booth where, of course, in Perrelet.com, we have a new web that has been launched this year. And all what we've been speaking together today are available on our web for more detail and to have a better look of the entire collection.
Thank you for joining us, Arnaud.
Ariel, thank you very much.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So up next, we have Emmanuel Butler with Norqain. I know we're really excited about that. We'll see Norqain at 12:40, so in just a few minutes.
Great idea. Great to see you guys. Hi, Rich. Hi, Ariel.
Hey.
How are you?
Good. We're apparently in need of a lot of coffee.
Yeah.
We're on the presentation number 3 of MicroLux, and we're so happy to talk about Norqain. Just before we started this, Rich and I were going back and forth saying how excited we are about Norqain. I think what we really like about Norqain is even though you are a new brand, you don't feel like a new brand. You come with not only a lot of industry veterans, but you know the persona and the motif of a luxury Swiss watch brand, and you created it right away because you have all that history in there. And the watches at the same time, they feel fresh but classic at the same time, equally. And it's been so fantastic to go ahead and see the brand just come in and sweep. It's celebrated by people that like small independent watch brands. It's celebrated in the traditional authorized dealer stores. I think what I want you to do is tell people who don't know a little bit of the Norqain story. Could you do that for us?
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much, Ariel. First of all, thank you very much for putting this together. Of course, we all wish it would be in a different environment, but I know you guys worked very hard to put this virtually together as well. So well done for that. I'm glad we have the opportunity to talk this way as well. Yeah, you summed it up very nicely, Ariel. I think the company was only started in January 2018, but it feels a lot longer. I think we're very lucky that Ben Kufer, the founder and the CEO of the company, he got together, as you say, a lot of industry knowledge, a lot of good people with great network in the industry, and that certainly helped. So for example, his co-founders, one of them is Ted Schneider, who is the son of the former Breitling owner Teddy Schneider. Another co-founder is Mark Streit. He's a former NHL Stanley Cup winner with the Pittsburgh Penguins. And also, very importantly, also his father, Mark Kufer, who has been working in the watch industry for 45 years. Previously, used to own Rowenta Hennex, who's been producing watches for many licensed brands for decades and decades. So that certainly helped. It wasn't just a crazy idea for people who didn't know anything about watches. Clearly, there's a lot of industry knowledge within the people that work in the company. I also worked in the watch industry for over 10 years. So we're all very passionate about the watches. We all worked in different corporate environments before, and now we have the amazing opportunity to work for a new brand. Some people say it was a crazy idea to start a new brand, but so far the success is right. And I think what is very important, it's an independent, it's a family-owned brand. So this really gives us the opportunity to not to think long term. It's not, we don't have a short-term view where we rely on or where we have to listen to shareholder pressure. We're an independent brand. We can listen to the customers. We can take long-term decisions. So that's certainly something that is very, very nice to have, and everything is in-house. Although the design is made in-house as well. Ted Schneider also plays a very important role there. So I'm very lucky that the guys in Switzerland, do a great job when it comes to the organization and the production, very high quality pieces, and the design-wise as well. So I'm very happy that I can be here, the US representative, and profit from their hard work in Switzerland.
I want to go back to something you said. You said the word corporate, and it's funny because I was thinking that exact concept before you said it. The people that created this brand, especially those from the watch industry, all came from sort of a corporate environment, a corporate background. And with a brand like this, it's smaller, it's newer, it's not corporate. What is it that a non-corporate watch brand can do that a corporate watch brand cannot do? Because you have the direct experience. I think you can speak on that.
Yeah, definitely. So it's interesting you ask this question, because I think the main point for me is just that we can do things differently. We can do things quickly. We can try out crazy ideas. We don't need to get the okay from the big board or from the shareholders. We can really, we have a lot of phone calls together, Ben and myself, and we just throw around little ideas, what we could do, what we could not do. And, sometimes something seems exciting, and then we just put it into reality. And I think that's something that, even as we will grow in the future, we always want to keep that excitement going, because every time, we talk about a new project, it's, it comes alive already when we talk about it, and he sends me renderings, and we try to make it even better. So that's certainly something that I think an independent, more of in the independent company is much easier. Whereas if you are in the corporate world, which of course also has its advantages, but it's certainly much more difficult to go up the decision-making ladder until you actually have the final decision.
Well, you mentioned going back and forth about designs and things like that. And one thing we know about the corporate world is it's very unclear who gets to make decisions, and oftentimes it's not always the creative people. But it sounds like you and the small team are not only running it, but you're also making a lot of the creative decisions. When you exited those corporate worlds, and of course you all had different experiences, but from Breitling and so forth, what are some of the things you said, you know what, if I ran a watch brand, I would do it this way, or I want to see this kind of watch? I think it's important to talk about this because it helps understand what some of the values are of Norqain. I mean, the name itself is an acronym for a bunch of values, and you can't get away from this notion of values when you talk about the brand, because it is a brand formed on values. So not only explain the name, but also specifically tell us some anecdotes or stories about the values that you want to make sure are in this brand, not just from the consumer perspective, but from the work perspective, how you make creative decisions, things like that. What do you have to say about that?
Yes, so exactly. So the name is an acronym for the values of the company. So for example, the A stands for adventure, the I stands for independent, the R stands for rebellious, and I think that sums it up very nicely. Norqain is an exciting brand. Norqain is an adventure brand. It's an outdoor brand. It's it's meant to be warm. It's worn. It's meant to go outside with the watch. It's really we call our customers, we call them Norqainers, because it really typifies who the Norqainer is. It's somebody who, it's my life, my way. It's really somebody who doesn't necessarily to listen to all the other people. It's somebody who lives life to the fullest. And that's certainly something that I think us as employees, or I feel it every day when I speak to the employees and to, the team in Switzerland as well. That's really something that is part of the DNA of the company. We don't want to be, I remember Ben was telling me when he said he'd start a new company, it said people would tell him he has to make triangular watches because he has to be something completely different. No, something completely different. You can reinvent the classical design of a watch. Yeah. And there are some unique features about the Norqain watches, for example, the Norqain pattern on the adventure watches, or certainly the side plate on every Norqain watch has a side plate, which you can personally engrave with whatever life moment you want, or is very interesting for the gifting business that is coming up with Christmas. So a lot of our customers use that.
Christmas, yeah.
Yeah.
You said
put in the wedding date or the name of your children or whatever life experience or life moment you had. So that's a very nice opportunity as well.
So you sent us all of these really nice watches here. Ariel's got a few of them. I have these in my hand, and the new the GMT one on my wrist. So just so you know, we're not sending these back. In fact, Ariel said, just tell them that we never received them. So
yet we're holding them right now.
I know. I just let it out. But this is the first watch that really caught my attention, the Freedom 60 chronograph, right? This is the first one where I thought Norqain's definitely headed somewhere in a positive direction. And then since then, and this is the most expensive line, right? This is about $3,800. And then
yes,
but you also have them, and you told me that you wanted to keep them under $4,000, and you also have them under $2,000 for like this adventure sport, and this is about $1,800.
Yes, that's correct. So the price range varies from about $1,800 up to $4,000, depending on the model. We have three collections. One is the Adventure Collection, one is the Independence Collection, and one is the Freedom 60 Collection. So the Adventure Collection is really it's an adventure watch. It's an outdoor watch. I use mine to do all kind of things outdoors. I go running. I go hiking, I go golfing, I go swimming. I can do anything with the watch. The rubber strap is very comfortable. I know you, Ariel, you also have one of the adventure watches.
Love it.
I've seen those on your Instagram too, by the way. You are quite the adventurer. You're looking good there, in shape.
I mean, I used to not wear a watch when I would do sporty things outdoors. Now I really do, because the rubber strap, for example, is so comfortable. I hardly noticed the watch on my wrist, so that certainly helps as well. So yes, starting price around $1,800, and then depending on whether it's a chronograph, it can go up to $4,000. But also we recently introduced a new adventure chrono in 41 millimeters for under $3,000. So that one is $2,000 $990. Or we also had recently announced a partnership with the NHLPA.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Streit, being part of the company in Switzerland, and also Roman Josi, who is also a shareholder in the company. He recently won the Defenseman of the Year award. He's the captain of the Nashville Predators. So the NHLPA watch is also a very exciting watch. It's kind of a themed watch where you have a scratched ice dial, and you also have a face-off on the 9 o'clock sub-dial on the chrono.
I want to go back to what you're saying about adventure and things like that, because I don't think that you can discount this. A lot of watches out there are sport watches designed for adventure. I mean, these are terms that are used again and again and again and again. But we're talking about the adventure sport here, and this is one that I've worn hiking and a lot of things like that. And what I think is interesting is that it's very comfortable to wear. It was engineered to be just comfortable. Maybe it's just my anatomy, I don't know, but like I found it to be one of those watches that you don't think about, and that's what you want when you're doing sporting activity. However, what makes me like to wear is when I look at it, I see the little the luxury watch features, you know, the polished angle, the good use of colors, the textures. And so you have the sport watch experience, but at the same time you have the reminder that you're wearing a celebration item.
Right.
And it sounds simple, but a lot of brands get it wrong, because there's a lot of sport watches that, you know, I'd never wear them for actual sport. Yet this is one I'm like, it is a nice watch, but I want to wear it for sport. Is it going to get a little bit damaged? It's worth the risk because it makes me happy. And I don't think you could sort of underestimate the value of having all those things coalesce together, of design, of comfort, of functionality. So yeah, it's easy to say to any watch, oh, just throw in a rubber strap and it automatically becomes a sport watch. That's not really true. There's a little bit more to it than that.
Yeah.
And I don't know about every single one of the Norqain watches, but the ones that I've worn, like the Adventure Sport, the Freedom 60, they work really well for those active lifestyles, which I think is important to emphasize, because so many brands advertise that we're for active lifestyles, but I don't really think that many are, you know, and Norqain seems to be.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, all our watches, they tick all the boxes in terms of, you know, quality and design. They're all 100-meter water resistant thanks to the screw-down crown. They all have a sapphire glass. They all have a ceramic bezel. They all have, you know, different aspects in order to make the watch much more sturdy. And I think a very good example of this is the new partnership that we have with Canisi as well.
You grabbed my next question. That's what I wanted to say. I wanted to say the big news for Norqain recently is your new partnership with this new movement with Canisi, and it's 70 hours of power reserve. So that's the really big news out of Norqain, in addition to these beautiful watches. So I interrupted you.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm also wearing the Independence 20 watch. It's the first watch we actually launched in July with the Canisi movement. So Canisi, for those who are not familiar with the company, Canisi was founded by Tudor and is the movement manufacturing arm of Tudor. Mm-hmm. And we are very lucky to have a partnership with Tudor, also thanks to our connections from Switzerland, and also being, you know, two independent companies helping out each other. So we are lucky to have two movements from Canisi, one of them being a three-hand model and one of them being a GMT model. And this year was an exciting year because we launched several models with the Canisi movement. The Canisi movement is a manufactured caliber exclusively for us by Canisi. Right. And they all are chronometer certified. They all have a 70-hour power reserve. They all have a 2-point fixated balanced bridge. So coming back to what you said before, Ariel, about being an outdoor watch, you know, high quality, it actually makes the movement more robust. And we're even able to offer a 5-year warranty on all the watches with the Canisi movement. So 4 years from the retailer and an extra year if you sign up for the Norqain Club online. So this Canisi partnership really, I think, put us on a next level in terms of, you know, quality and credibility in the industry as well. And we're very happy and very lucky to be able to partner with Canisi in order to, you know, give out watches with these movements.
It was funny you mentioned that, because I know that another brand that also uses some Canisi movements is wheel having, you know, for double bridge and how it's more stable. I'm just imagining in more like female context, they're trying to sell the Chanel one and explaining how it's for a good sport watch, and just I'm kind of amused by that a little bit because it's similar architecture. In terms of marketing and the consumer demand, I think it's very important to talk about why you have a movement that is exclusive. Why can you see ETA makes perfectly good movements and things like that. Explain to the consumer, because I think what happens a lot is consumers, especially the newer watch lovers, they don't really know why a brand sometimes gets an in-house one. They're like, is ETA not that good? Should I avoid the ETA ones? Help explain to the consumers what the value is in the exclusive movement, but at the same time defend the value proposition of the watches that have an ETA that are fantastic movements.
No, absolutely. We use, for example, in all our adventure collection, we use ETA and Salida movements, and they are fantastic movements. So we're also very happy to partner with them. But I think in addition, the Kenissi partnership really allows us to kind of offer something even higher, something, in terms of power reserve, 70 hours is quite unique in the industry these days. You know, a 5-year warranty is not something that you can easily offer. So we're very happy to have that. And we actually, only last week, we were able to launch the first watch with the GMT movement from Kenissi. So we had two.
That's the one I have right here. Can you see that?
Yeah. I'm not surprised you're wearing that one. I know you had a.
Oh, yeah.
And it's also the first time we use bronze as a material. So the GMT model actually came out in both in a bronze version and in a steel version. And also what is very important, that the movement has actually a jumping hour. So it's very easily to change time if you're flying to another time zone by simply changing the jumping hour. And it also changes the date automatically. So it has a very, very nice technology inside as well. And there, the starting price of the GMT is a very good $3,590 for the starting price of the GMT watches.
I'm looking right here at the three-hand version in the bronze case of the Freedom 60 with the Kenissi movement. And at first glance, you don't notice some of the little details that make it for watch lovers. For example, you don't have the date, so it can be a little bit more symmetrical looking. The way the bronze is polished is actually a nicer polish. I find that a lot of bronze cases are very rough. They're kind of scratchy. They don't feel as good. The colors are nice. So you might look at this and say, oh, this is very similar to a lot of other watches out there. But once you start to look at some of the details, you realize that enthusiasts are in your mind. And I think that's interesting, because when you have a date, oftentimes retailers want the date on there because it's easier to sell watches with a date. But to enthusiasts, oftentimes that's a negative because it takes away from the symmetry. Dates are, of course, great, but not always. And so I like little details like that. It's sometimes hard to tell, but there it is on the screen. You can see without the date there. I think it has a little bit more of a, like I said, an enthusiast appeal to it, which is very nice to see.
Yeah, definitely. It's another addition to our collection. Previously we already launched a 42mm version of the Freedom 60. So Freedom 60 being the much more vintage, inspired by the golden age of travel of the 60s. So much more classical looking watch. So we already had a 42mm three-hand model, which is still part of the permanent collection. But we decided to go a little bit smaller in the diameter size with 39mm, and as you said, a little bit of a different design as well.
So I wanted to, before we wrap it up, you took an entirely different approach, Norqain, with a lot of these other newer startups or independent brands. You went the route of old school, being in retailers like Westheim and some other stores. Why was that the direction that Norqain wanted to take? The real quick pitch.
Yes, so we also sell our watches online, but we are very lucky to have a very well-established and recognized retailer network as well. We clearly believe in the retailer model. We still believe in the retailer model. It's very important for us to come closer to the customer thanks to these retailers, and we're very lucky to have very committed retailers in the US already. So they really allow us to organize local events. They bring us a lot of credibility, and they bring our brand out to the people in a much way than one would be able to do it just online.
So thank you. And we can always go to norqain.com and see you have a great look, just an absolutely great looking website. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to remind everyone there's a lot of Norqain content on aBlogtoWatch, including a lot of hands-on reviews. So Manuel, thank you so much. We look forward to speaking to you next time.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Bye, Rich.
Bye, Manuel. All right, stay tuned. This next segment, I think, is going to make all of us pretty envious. Ariel got to spend some time in Bhindi Jewelers in Artesia with Ron Bhindi, and they sat down and they got the chance to talk about Grand Seiko, Tudor, Nomos, Bell & Ross, and Zenith. So stay tuned for that. Stay tuned to see Ariel and Ron chatted up with some of our most beloved brands. And that segment is up at 1:05 in just a few minutes.
Hey everyone, Ariel Adams here from aBlogtoWatch filming for MicroLux. I am here at the Bhindi flagship store, and I'm going to be speaking to two members of the Bhindi family. Ashwin, you are part of the new generation of people running the Bhindi empire, and we're here at the biggest store. It's a lovely store.
Thank you.
We were talking about your enthusiasm for watches. You and Ron, who we're going to speak to, really love watches, and I think I wanted to start by asking, when did this family business get into watches, and then how much of watches has been in the history? Because the company's been around for a while, having nothing to do with watches. So tell me a little bit about that.
Sure. Thank you for coming, and by the way, and welcome to our flagship store. We started the business in 1929 in the Fiji Islands. My grandfather started it back then in Fiji. My father and my two uncles actually took the business in the 70s from Fiji to Vancouver, Canada. That was our first footprint here in North America. And we stayed in there for about the 70s. In '85 came down here to Artesia, which was our first footprint in California and the US. And since then, we've developed over 4 different stores. We have here Artesia as our flagship store, which has been recently renovated in the past 3 years to our beautiful 17,500 square foot showroom, out of which 12,000 is dedicated to retail. And it is our new gem of the Bhindi crown, where we have an immense amount of diamond jewelry for you to look at, a beautiful variety of high-end watches and 22 karat gold jewelry. And from '85 till to today, we have about 4 stores that we've created. One in San Francisco, just in the Fremont area. One in Atlanta, Georgia, in Decatur. Here, Artesia, and our latest store that we are actually in current renovation for is in the Glendale Galleria Mall. It's our first and only mall store, but it's a beautiful boutique and more of a watch destination.
So tell us from a family history perspective, it wasn't long after the family came to the United States that you did enter the watch industry, just a few years later. Why was that so compelling at the time, and what was the world like in terms of watches at the time? It was an exciting growing area. Today, in 2020, it's so different. Give people a little bit of history of here in Artesia, what it was like in the watch industry when Bhindi got started.
Sure. So Bhindi got started actually in '98 with Rolex. And it was our first and only watch brand that we had carried as a Swiss watch brand. We'd carried them all the way up until 2011 when we added our first additional multi-brand, which was in 2011.
Very recently.
Very recently. And so really the cultivation of watches was from '98 onwards. For about 10 years, we realized how much of an immense response our clientele and our community had to watches. And also just watching the watch industry evolve as a whole, I think brought a lot of new energy to the table. A younger clientele as well as older clientele were both having this excitement towards watches, given a lot of people had thought it was an older man's accessory. And now we've come to really prove to show that no matter the age demographic, all of our customers, from as young as you can imagine to our seniors, all have this immense appreciation for watches, collecting watches, and just getting to know about the dynamics of each brand.
You grew up in the watch industry, of course. Tell us some of your sort of most memorable moments growing up with watches. Most kids don't get to be around that. A lot of people, especially customers, don't get into watches until they're adults. But you had some great memories. Tell us about some of those.
So I was very blessed with growing up with jewelry and watches in my life. But as I mentioned earlier, watches hadn't really resonated me personally, I think, until I'd gotten into the business. I don't think I truly appreciated, especially at that time, what a Rolex watch was. I knew it was the pinnacle of the watch industry, but I hadn't really understood watches as a whole to truly appreciate what that meant. You do. You kind of need to, it's hard to start at the top and then get an understanding of the industry. So for us, it was, we had the crown to begin with, which is fantastic, but there's so many other options that are beautiful watches, amazing brands that have created some beautiful timepieces, and just getting a better understanding of what they have to offer, what do they represent, what kind of engineering they've gone through to create these amazing innovations in their timepieces. Understanding that part of it gave a much broader perspective to the industry and a much deeper appreciation to the pieces alone. And I think it wasn't until probably around that 2011, 2010 timeframe where my mindset has really kind of expanded and that appreciation has just grown ever since. So we went from being retailers to really watch enthusiasts over that timeframe. And it was a very organic growth between myself. As you had mentioned earlier, we do have a third generation, so it's myself and one brother and 3 cousins. And so all 5 of us have really grown into becoming watch enthusiasts over time. And I think that reflects and mirrors kind of what's happening in the last decade alone with our younger generation, that there's been an entirely new wave of interest in watches. And us being part of a younger generation, quote unquote, not being the older man's segment of it, I think have a different relationship with our customers because of that. Because we understand both dynamics of the watch world, but more importantly, I think just being able to connect and to relate to our customers, regardless of age, regardless of demographic or background, just out of sheer appreciation of these timepieces, I think that's what's really expanded and curated our business as a watch retailer, opposed to being a jeweler. And it's really because of our own self-interest and our excitement for the watches that people don't always come in just to shop. They actually come in just to talk watches with us, and we love it because for us, we know that relationships curate business. If you're coming in, we don't look to see what you're wanting to buy. We want to know what kind of knowledge you want to gain from us. What can we make, how can we make this experience that much more memorable for you by sharing information with you, not just selling you products, but actually providing legitimate knowledge and hopefully something of interest that even if you're not ready to purchase now, you'll have that memory so that in the future, hopefully will be the point of sale for you because we have now a relationship and we're excited for the communication.
When you come into the store, you don't see every single brand that Bhindi carries, but there's an assortment of them. How do you, as a watch lover and a retailer, how has that affected the selection of brands you have as opposed to being strictly a retailer? You're not an enthusiast, it's going to affect the selection. Tell me a little bit about the types of brands that people are going to see, as well as how you sort of think about the curation in each store.
Sure. So we have curated each of the stores uniquely. Not all the stores carry the identical brands purely because we understand different demographics, different personalities from those demographics dictate what inventory they want to see. We don't carry certain brands that may be a little bit larger for other communities simply out of fashion or preference. Where other communities or other stores may prefer more leather straps than bracelets, or may prefer larger watches than mid-sized watches or everyday pieces. So we really hone into our customers' preferences, what they're looking for, and we curate our store selection based off of that.
Last question. As a watch lover, what's the best way to engage with Bhindi? You want to come in, of course sometimes you want to buy things, but most of the time you want to chat, you want to learn, you want to discover. What's the best way to connect?
I mean, without question, coming into the store is always your best opportunity to come in. We're always going to be happy to sit down and chat with you, talk about watches brand by brand, case by case if you prefer. But nowadays I know it's really challenging with everything going on in 2020. So we've opened our realm to make it more comfortable for consumers to come in and inquire by engaging on video conferences, over the phone, FaceTime, you name it. If there's a way that we can communicate with our consumer, we're happy to do so. If you prefer email, if you prefer text, we're happy to do so. Whatever you prefer, we're willing to make happen just so that we can share the knowledge with you.
Ashwin, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Now we're going to speak to Ron Bhindi about some of the watches that they are excited about selling in 2020. Hey everyone, Ariel Adams here with aBlogtoWatch, filming for MicroLux. I am still here at Bhindi, and now I'm speaking to Ron Bhindi, part of the Bhindi family, part of the watch enthusiast generation of Bhindi.
Yes.
And we're going to talk about some of the watches right now towards the end of 2020 that you're excited about selling, not only a cross-section of some, but not all the brands that Bhindi carries,
right,
but some of the watches that you truly enjoy as someone who is themselves a watch lover. So why don't you tell me the first of these brands that you want to talk about?
I would probably get right into one of my favorites is Tudor.
Okay.
I think with Tudor, they really came out with a great product with the Tudor 58 in the 39 millimeter, just a relaunch of a very classic dive watch. And I believe that the dimensions on the watch, the price point, the in-house movement, everything you get for the value that you're spending in collecting.
Now, what is it about Tudor? Because you've described the watch well, but you haven't really explained why as a watch lover you like it. Not only this watch, but the Tudor brand, because you yourself are a Tudor collector.
Correct.
So what is it that appeals to you about the brand? What did they do right with Ron?
I mean, I think their transition into in-house manufacturing, for me, was a big part of the value you get in your investment, especially from a young collector standpoint. Not everyone can get into a Rolex or a Patek, but Tudor, a sister company of Rolex, really, embodying the same manufacturing principles, is offering such a great piece at a value that they're offering it for. So that, their history into the dive watches, into the manufacturing, in this case, the Blue 58 with the snowflake hands, just bringing back a little bit of that vintage history into their modern watch. The Heritage Collection being my favorite because they really are relaunching historical pieces for guys that are just getting into watch collection to be able to purchase, as opposed to getting into vintage. You can get the same look at the right price point in a new collection.
So it's not just the look you like, but you really appreciate the technicity, as well as the fact that there's history, i.e. something to talk about.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, you know, talking watches is something me and Ashwin do a lot of, and we love doing it with our clients. And I think it's a brand that you can really engage with, and there's a lot of history behind it.
So what do you do in this situation where there's a consumer that you speak to that for whatever reason, the brand that you like doesn't resonate well with them? Do you try to convince them the brand is good, or do you respect that they have a different relationship?
No, absolutely. I mean, you have to respect the customer's perspective on watch collecting. We're not here so much to enforce and say this is what we carry, this is what we have to offer you. It's about learning what the customer wants, what they're looking for, what they like, and pairing. You know, we may not have the exact brand that they're looking for, but have an example of the type of watch that they're looking for, whether it be a dive watch, whether it be a chrono, or a high complication. It's about having a conversation and comparing, almost comparing notes. What are you looking for in a watch, and what do I think about that opinion of your watch, or what I have as far as my opinion on what we have to offer?
So when you find someone in the local community here in Southern California that also likes Tudor, do you find that you have other things in common with them, or does the similarity sometimes stop at liking Tudor?
I think it's both. I think sometimes there's similarities with a customer, and that's the best thing about being in retail, is that we meet people from all different aspects of life and financial positions and what they do for a living. And that's part of the fun is outside of the building, we may never actually circle in a social group, but coming into the watch community, we're liking the same types of watches, the same brands, and have almost the same taste. And that's part of the fun of being a retailer, having that approach, and being a watch enthusiast, because you meet so many different types of people going to watch meets that you get to share the experience and your love for watches.
Now, when I first started to get to know Bhindi, one of the brands that you were very excited about carrying was Nomos. And like many watch retailers that were sort of getting into watches, Nomos is a brand that they like to start with. You still carry Nomos, it does well for you. Tell us a little bit about what Nomos did to romance Bhindi and why it continues to be part of your assortment.
Well, I think also, for me, one of the first watches was when they brought the swing system into their in-house manufacturer. And again...
For people that don't know, you'll have to explain the swing system.
The swing system is a part of the escapement, usually outsourced by many manufacturers because of the amount of labor and cost that goes into design, efficiency, and manufacturing costs. For Nomos, and an independent company to in-house all of that into the manufacturer and putting into a watch at such a great offering, for me, was what really brought me to the brand. I also really liked their sleek design, very minimalistic, a lot of details into their hands, the refined cases, and it was something different from the sport watches that we'd have here as well. So that was, for me, what brought me to Nomos.
As I'm thinking about Nomos, I'm realizing that there's going to be a lot of consumers out there that get into watches because of something like Nomos, whereas if they only knew about a watch like Rolex, they might not. What types of people get into watches because of Nomos, but Rolex would have completely missed them over?
I think it's a collector looking for minimalistic. You know, Rolex it's a dive watch brand. It's a brand founded on waterproofness. A lot of the watches that you know are more sporty. The refined watches, Cellini and Datejust, are not as exposed to the public as some of the other watches are. And so Nomos is capturing a market that's looking for something more refined, a smaller case, and that sits more like a classic timepiece on your wrist.
And what do you personally like about Nomos? They make an assortment of watches. Which are some of your favorites?
I love, again, their Metro 37. I also believe their Minimatic that was released 3 years ago is a fantastic watch. It's 35 millimeter case. It's an in-house movement, and it's roughly 18 millimeters in thickness. So it's just a beautiful watch. And the pop of color. It's got a little bit of orange in the dial, and I always love a little color in the watches I collect.
Awesome. Okay, let's move on to some more. So Bell & Ross is a brand that I've liked for a long time. I've been a fan. I believe that as I first started to get to know Bhindi, it was very much about Bell & Ross. There was certain advertising in the Glendale Galleria Mall for it.
Right.
Tell us about a brand like this. What type of consumer is this for? What do you like in this Paris-based
This is definitely
watchmaker?
for someone in the aviation sport realm. I think, they have a signature case, the BR03, which, again, it's their signature square case. It's instrumental. For me, their newest release, the BR05, very refined, beautiful integrated bracelet, and the dial, the blue tone, I think it's just a perfect color of blue. So it's a great brand. It's definitely more sport related and caters to that aviation clientele.
Now, sport and Southern California sort of go together, right? In what occasions do people have nowadays to wear non-sport watches? And tell us about some of those consumers.
Well, I would say that's, especially now given current status of people being at home more often, but in California, casual is the new cool, and you can really go fine dining casual. You can go to many events just as casual as possible. So it's really just about personal flair. Wearing a more refined watch to a dinner, to a reception, a more formalized event, or really just putting on a Nomos Minimatic 35 millimeter with your shorts and t-shirt. Why not? It's California, so anything goes here as far as style and what's really on your wrist. It's really
and
just
not
about
everyone
being comfortable.
realizes that, right? Because in certain parts of the world, they wear, at least compared to us, more like costumes. Like they all have to sort of wear the same thing.
Right.
When we travel, because we've seen each other in all different parts of the world,
Yeah.
we go to places where it's not like Southern California, and you can't get away with wearing as much variety as you do here.
Right.
And I don't think that everyone always understands that a watch collector here truly has an opportunity to have a whole assortment of different types of watches for different occasions, because even though it's good weather and casual rules, you can get away with anything here.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the beauty of being based in SoCal is, you can wear a watch with a leather strap, very minimalistic, and in most parts of the world it would be considered formal, and or wear a 44 millimeter, Breitling Chronomat GMT with the new bullet bracelet, bulky, and it just has a presence on your wrist. But either way, you could wear it to the same function.
One of the times we spoke recently, you were very excited about selling Grand Seiko, and now you have Grand Seiko. As a retailer, your enthusiasm worked, and people don't understand that you can't just start selling a watch because you want to. You have to develop a relation with the company.
Right.
So tell us a little bit about the story from a retailer perspective. You like a product, how do you then go about selling that product?
Well, I mean, again, it's first starting to just learn more. I mean, a lot of times it's about what our consumers are interested in. It doesn't always start from a retailer standpoint. From a collector standpoint, I started to read more about Grand Seiko. Also having our clients suggest bringing up Grand Seiko. And in this case, it was really more about what a consumer was looking for that sparked interest in us to go further into the brand and dive into it. And then, reach out. And reach out to the brand and reach out to them to offer our new clientele base, and in hopes that the partnership works for both sides. And in this case, it absolutely does and will. It's the newest brand we've added to the Bhindi family as far as the watch collection is concerned, and we're very excited about what they do as a brand and the growth that they have. Something about the spring drive technology and the amount of precision that goes into their case manufacturing. That's what really got to me, is the lines that they have on their watches are amazing.
And for the consumers that weren't demanding it but then got to see it, how did they respond? It's the newest brand, like you said. You never are quite sure what people make of it.
Right.
How have some of the things that people have said or responded surprised you or gone along with what you knew as a watch lover?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think for new clients that didn't know anything about it, they hear Grand Seiko and they're tying it to Seiko. But with more information and time spent talking about the brand, the history behind the brand, and the enthusiasm behind the brand is what will win over our consumers. Outside of the ones that already knew about it, it's a lot of fun to talk about the new product with a customer and then to see the growth, their love for the brand to grow over time and then be comfortable enough to make the purchase. Yeah.
Now let's talk about Montblanc, which is a brand that I like a lot. German watchmaker. They make some really fantastic, watches. And like Seiko, they have stuff at an entry-level price point and higher echelon. I'm of the opinion that even though Montblanc is a sort of democratic, well-known luxury name, you have to be a real watch connoisseur to understand it. Agree or disagree?
Agreed. I mean, you know, having the Minerva manufacturer under their belt, it really, you know, dives into the historical line and into some of their watches and movements that are just beautiful. And I think some of the best out there. Davide Serrato does an amazing job designing some of these watches. And it's nice to see them take from their high-end manufacturing down to the cost efficiency one where it's more affordable. For example, their Minerva monopusher that they did a couple years ago at a retail of $25,000, and they were able to take the technology, learn from Minerva, bring it into their Laco manufacturer, and bring out a beautiful monopusher that's available for $5,000 with a beautiful white dial, great hands, and a great look.
And the same brand can do it in a way where if one brand did the higher end one and someone else came in lower end, it wouldn't be as interesting. That the same brand did it makes it for collectors like us more intellectually satisfying.
Absolutely. I mean, and again, from a collector standpoint, knowing that the technology and design came from a Minerva movement, it's more exciting. It's also great to just see that a brand has the upper tier manufacturing and is also really interested in making sure that that entry level client can also share in the experience of the movement.
So a company like Montblanc produces a large number of watches any given year. You as a retailer have to ask yourself, you know, which of the models works for our market?
Right.
And how do you make that decision? Help people understand how as a retailer, you like a brand, you can't take everything that they have.
Yeah.
How do you look at their selection and be like, these will work well, not just for my taste, but our audience is going to like this?
Personally, it's one of the hardest things to do as a watch enthusiast. I usually am excited about everything they release, and I'll take it all. But you're right, you know, we really need to refine. The idea is to really make sure we get a sample of what they've released. Not to take anything out, but to be able to bring in a small collection of what highlights their new releases or novelties, you know, and not to overkill on one side or the other. But it is the hardest part to dictate because you may not always get it right. You know, we go with what we like, and it may not always be what the consumer likes, and it's working with the brand to figure that out in the end of the day.
But it's a level of curation, meaning before it shows up here, there's not just you, but a team that says, you know what, we feel that people are going to like these.
Right.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Zenith. Here's a couple of the new Zenith watches. Now, Zenith is among sort of the higher end in terms of average price point watches we talked about here. Of course, not the highest price point.
Right.
You have watches a lot for that entry-level consumer, but there's also a lot of people that just sort of feel comfortable staying there.
Right.
Do you find that people move from a $2,000 or $3,000 watch to a higher price point, or are they generally speaking to two different types of people?
No, I think there's definitely the aspirational customer. They're going to go from an entry-level watch, get familiar, get comfortable, understand that their investment has gone to something they can talk about, and then eventually, you know, something that's achievable, that's going to be something that they purchase for accomplishment, for something that's a celebration. So I definitely see our consumers that may start at one price point cross over to the higher price point.
Final question. Among these Zenith watches, and again, you're someone that likes the stories behind watches as well as sort of the technical merits they have. What is something that if someone came in, you want to share it with them? There's a bit of information that you've never noticed from seeing it, but it's a technical story that is just marvelous. What is one that you would share about one of these Zenith watches?
I would probably go straight into the Defy 21. I mean, to be able to get a chronograph that's 1/100th of a section in a manufacturing standpoint, there's just a lot of beauty in the design. The movement's amazing. From a collector interested in technology, to be able to get that technology into a watch at a price point that makes sense, to have 2 power reserves, it's amazing, and I think it's something that they did a great job coming into.
Ron Bhindi, thank you so much for speaking to me about watches. I love coming to the store. Anyone interested in learning about the Bhindi stores here in Artesia or Glendale or other ones, you can go to Bhindi.com. I love having our watch chats. I look forward to the next one.
Thank you.
Ron and Ariel's just covering some of our most beloved watches. I really like that Defy. It was just a great segment. What a great store that was. The Grand Seiko is also really cool, but I think they did a really great job. So thank you again, Bhindi, for sponsoring Virtual MicroLux. And up next, we have Tom Van Willick from Lebois and Company, and that starts at 1:50 in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Virtual MicroLux. I am Ariel Adams of aBlogtoWatch. And right now we're going to have a little conversation with Tom Van Willik of Lebois Company. Tom, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Hi, how are you?
Good, good. So we've been chatting here for a couple of minutes about the brand. And one of the interesting things you said to me, we'll talk about in a few minutes, is how your organization is trying to create a stable of historic watch brands that you bring back to life in a slightly different way. And that brings me to my memory of when Lebois Company re-emerged, and you had this interesting concept where you were inviting the consumer to be an investor. Now, I'll admit, it took me some reading through the website to understand what was going on, and I'm sure other people feel the same way. But if you go to the Lebois Company website, you'll see that there's, for lack of a better term, investment options. Help explain some of the context behind this and exactly what it is that you're offering consumers.
Yeah, well, we're actually inviting customers to go along in our journey. So instead of just buying our watches, which is obviously a good choice, and they're more than welcome to do so, we also invite them to participate in the development of our watches and to be able to benefit from the growth of the company. So we did that. We started that journey in 2018, and at that point until now we have something like 30 investors on board, and we're going to take it a step further, and we're actually now in early access on an equity crowdfunding platform in the United Arab Emirates.
Why was something like that appealing for Lebois Company? It's innovative, it's relatively new, at least in the watch industry. I don't know about other industries, but why was something about like that appealing for you, and how does it benefit the consumer? You know, you say that they participate, you do a lot of sort of crowd design. Explain about how that sort of fits in with the ethos of the brand and what you're trying to build.
Yeah, first of all, the Lebois Company was an original company of 1934. And I always had the feeling that being the one that was able to revive this gorgeous brand, and we'll have a look at these vintage pieces later on, I always felt that it wasn't just me to own the brand. I wanted to share it with people that are just as enthusiastic about it as me. And that eventually led to a shareholder concept, like an investor concept, to be able to attract money, of course, because you'll need a lot of money to revive a watch brand and to make cool stuff. And to really attach people to your brand, to your company.
Now, there's a lot of watch brands today that are modern, new ownership, but that use a historic name. Why was that more appealing to you than starting a brand from scratch?
Yeah, I always say that, like, I could have put Tom Van Willik on the dial, but there's so many cool dormant watch brands out there that I think it's a pity that a lot of those brands just don't exist anymore. And of course, there are brands that are not relevant, but there are so many that have been relevant, and that have a genuine history about that. And I see it. I think it's our mission to revive those brands in the best possible way, to respect their heritage and the designs that have been there, and to slowly build that company up. I mean, it's not from scratch, but it's almost from scratch. We have some history still there, but in the end, you have to really figure out everything as it was a new company.
So I'm looking at the Venturist watch, which is pictured behind you, and we've been able to look at that watch. Mm-hmm. It's very modern looking, of course, has classic dimensions and things like that, but help the consumer know when they look at this product, what of this represents the old Lebois, and what of this represents what the new Lebois Company sort of is today? Yeah,
that's a good one. The Venturist was our second model. So the first, the Avant-Garde, we did 3 Kickstarters for that to raise money to produce these watches. And the second model is the Venturous, and they actually represent the new Lebois. So we took some inspiration from older pieces, but I mean, they're obviously modern timepieces. For the third model, we will really dive into the history, and we actually feel confident now that we are up for the task, so to say.
You weren't confident before. Why exactly?
Because in my opinion, when you really go into the history and you take a piece, then you have to do it right the first time. And in our opinion, it was easier to like make our own designs first, and then to check whether it would be possible to make a historic heritage-based timepiece.
So let's talk about the first watch of the Revive Lebois Company, and that is the avant-garde. And the term avant-garde, of course, means something which is strange and different and new and a little bit out there. But these very much focus on the historic timepieces. So talk to us about what to you is avant-garde about it, and what were you really trying to communicate with this? Because again, like you said, this represents the old brand. Explain some of the emotions and mentality that went into the design, and what your hopes are for a watch like this.
Yeah, the avant-garde was our translation for it was that it comes from the military, that it's like a small troop ahead of the bigger troops. So that was, in my opinion, a fitting name for.
Oh, that avant-garde.
Yeah, indeed.
The front guard.
Yeah. So really ahead of the troops and trying something. Also on Kickstarter, we were the first Swiss-made mechanical watch brand, timepiece. Successfully funded on Kickstarter back then. So it was quite avant-garde for that time.
I remember that. I remember
6 years ago. Yeah.
And that must have been scary, because at the time, this represented a much higher price point than your sort of normal Kickstarter watch. I don't remember the exact price point, but it's luxury pricing. What were some of the things that were going through your mind when you were involved in this Kickstarter campaign? You didn't know if it was going to get funded. No one ever does. And then it was funded. But talk to us a little bit about some of the challenges in using this very modern fundraising scheme for a very traditional classic watch.
Yeah, I think I was, on one hand, those were 30 days that were like super scary. I have been talking to several blogs that were willing to cover our story, but we of course didn't know the outcome. On the other hand, I was, maybe they say ignorance is bliss. Like, just try it. We have nothing to lose. But that's 6 years ago, and now looking back, we could have actually lost a watch brand back then, because of course you can fail and try again. But I'm really happy and grateful that we managed it was successful.
The investor concept isn't entirely foreign. Of course, it's not Kickstarter, but you again are relying on the community to not only help fund particular watches, but the brand in general. Would you say now, several years after, the sort of, I'll just call it for lack of a better term, the crowdfunding experiment for the brand has been successful?
You mean the Kickstarters back then?
The general notion that each subsequent timepiece, or the brand in general, is very transparently connected to the support of the community. I mean, of course, every brand needs the community to buy it, or else they're not going to be anywhere. But you're very open about it. It's a core part of the theme. And I'm just curious how that's resonated with consumers, because again, it represents a different type of mentality than the way most other watch brands, even ones that are crowdfunded, communicate with the community.
Yeah, maybe it's because of the way I am or we think, but I like that openness. I'm open to feedback, and it helps to hopefully to get into the right direction. I talk to investors a lot, also people that are just buying the watches, not investing, just buying the watches and say, okay, I like this, or don't like this a lot. But I think that being open for criticism and feedback, both positive or negative, can help you.
I think maybe part of it is cultural, because even though this is a Swiss brand, you are Dutch, and the company is based in the Netherlands, where you work out of. Do you think there's something about the difference between the Dutch culture and the Swiss culture that makes you more open to this type of transparent communication? Is there something about the culture?
I think there might be, yeah. We Dutch people tend to be quite direct.
Not the Swiss, not the Swiss.
No, there's a difference, but I also see a lot of things that we have in common. Switzerland's not that far away, but I mean it's a different country and different culture, and yeah, as Dutchies, yeah, we tend to be quite direct, yeah.
So on this sign behind you, it says certified chronometer, and this is a term that many people know. It means that a watch has been certified mostly by COSC, but you have a slightly different kind of chronometer certification that I understand is more stringent than COSC. It can become very challenging for people to understand all these different types of certifications and what it means. Why don't you explain to the audience right now the type of certification that the watches are given and what it really means and how it's different than COSC?
Yeah. Well, first of all, we use a COSC movement, so that's also very open. But we didn't stop there. I found out about time-lapse OC Plus certification, which stands for Observatoire Chronométrique Plus in French. So translated, it would be Chronometric Plus Observatory certification. I found out, and I was immediately like grasped, like, okay, this is more than just a chronometer certification. This is not just about the movement, it's about the whole watch. And that's exactly what it is. It is the whole watch being tested for accuracy. So the ISO standard that is the chronometer certification, but also anti-magnetism, so magnetic resistance, water resistance, power reserve, are all being tested in Geneva for each individual watch. Case stop, not just the movement. And that is quite different than just a movement that is certified to the chronometer standard.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people, it takes them a while to realize that COSC chronometer certification is just the movement and not after it's been cased in the watch, and many things can change because it doesn't operate the same way. How does that appeal to you personally? I mean, there's something to know that your tool is accurate, and there's something else to know your tool is extra accurate. What do you like about that, and why do you think that adds a nice flavor to the brand?
Personally, I wanted to make a watch that was different, that was daring. Yeah, like I said, I liked the story about the certification, and I thought, okay, let's try this. Again, nothing to lose. We'll try and to see if such a small watch brand as we are can get a watch that is OC Plus certified. And it took me, almost 4 years from meeting with TimeLab and going there and visiting their laboratory.
So it didn't happen immediately. You couldn't just make a watch, send it, and it becomes certified. You had to work hard for this watch to pass the certification.
Yeah, well, maybe other bigger companies could, but yeah, we are limited in budget and also back then in time. So we had to really do it step by step. And we actually needed investors for it in the first stage to make it happen.
What did you have to change about the watch? What did you have to improve?
Well, it turned out that our prototypes, we had several prototypes sending there, and they were super accurate. They were, sorry, I'm searching for the words. They were regulated super accurate by our watchmaker, And in the end, when our first batch of watches went to time lab, we had a fail rate of 10%. So it's like you said, it's quite different than putting just a chronometer movement inside a watch. So we got it right in the end. I mean, 90% is still a good rate, and the second batch will be better. But it turns out, and it shows that that it's hard work to get a watch certified in that way.
It's funny because if you just look at the dial, it just says certified chronometer. People could mistake it for just your standard cost chronometer. Mm-hmm. Have you ever thought about adding additional labeling there? And my second part of my question is, how many of the current Lebois Company watches have the OC Plus certification? Is it just the Venturist, or is this something which is going to be standard across all models? Is it going to be selective?
Well, about your first question, the official name for such a watch is chronometer, and we, just like you don't see the word COSC on a dial that often, we didn't want to put OC Plus on it, but you get a certificate with it, so you'll actually see on the certificate that it's different than COSC, that it's an OC Plus certified watch. At this moment, we only have the Venturist OC Plus certified, so that's the only watch that we offer with the certification. But it will definitely not stay the only watch model. We'll definitely develop more in that for that certification.
Now you have some of the vintage chronographs from Lebois Company. Now you don't currently have a chronograph right now, and I have. I know you have them. Will you show the watches right now? Because you only gave me a quick glimpse, and they look really, really nice. And I want you to explain how these vintage chronographs might have some type of inspiration for the next Lebois watch, or maybe a collection down the line.
Yeah, these are actually the watches that we collected in the past years. Can you see them okay this way? And these are all, Lebois Co vintage pieces, like 80, 85 years old. And these watches will function as the inspiration for our next watch, like we call it, the Heritage Chronograph. This one was the latest model that we bought. We were able to acquire it from a US-based collector, so it was already, it was in the US, very
These all look like they're in very good condition. Did they come this way, or did you have to restore them?
No, I think there was one where the movement was needed restoration, but the rest, we actually bought them that way. Yeah.
Does it excite you that there's these watches out there that you have yet to discover, things you don't know about, and you'll get them and it'll offer you more creative energy for the next thing? Or do you already more or less know the direction you want to take the brand?
Yeah, well, I know the direction, but there's still watches out there from Lebois Co that surprise me. Like I have this cool diver here, and I only found one model ever of Lebois Co in a diver. So before we found this watch, we didn't even knew that there were ever any divers of Lebois Co.
How cool is that?
So yeah, there's still several surprises there. We actually found two pieces that were new old stock, like with the price tags on them.
Wow.
They look quite similar, but we found them in Italy. They have these lizard straps on them, and these are, of course, you wouldn't make them exactly like this anymore, but these are cool pieces for future inspiration.
Thank you so much for that. Let's wrap up by just talking about some of the other future plans, because you said that Tom's watch empire is going to become a couple of brands, not just Lebois Company, but a few other historic brands that will follow a similar type of theme. When will people start to see some of these new brands?
Yeah, the first brand is currently being added. We are going into the design stage slowly with that, and that's a brand Erin, that's I pronounce it, but in French the official pronunciation is Iran. And that's, I have a piece right here, and that's the Erin Type 20 timepiece that was made for the military.
Oh, everyone loves the Type 20 pilot watch.
Absolutely, it's amazing. It's such a cool watch, and this is also a watch that we will reissue, or at least try to make a new watch based on the old model as much as possible.
Wonderful. Tom, thank you so much for joining us. The brand is Lebois Co. You can visit their website and see a lot more coverage online. Tom, once again, thanks so much for joining us on Virtual MicroLux.
Thank you, and good luck these next couple of days.
Next up, we have Sacred Crafts at just around 3 p.m. We're going to take a little bit of a break, so we're looking forward to chatting with you soon. For Sacred Crafts, this is Virtual MicroLux, and I'm Ariel Adams.
Welcome back, everyone, to Virtual MicroLux after a short break. I want to thank our sponsors again, Bhindi Jewelers, eBay, and Breitling. And I also want to remind everyone for the breakout sessions that we're going to have at the end of each day. So today, starting about 5:20, you can be able to join and continue the party and have whatever Q&As you want with our participating brands. So Norqain is going to be there. Sacred Crafts, who we have coming up just in a minute, will be there. And Lebois Company so far are going to be there as well. So your Q&As are, this is going to be a really great opportunity, including some promotions that they're going to mention on their products. And right now, we have Matthew Harkins and Jeff Andrews from the Sacred Crafts. Hi, guys. Yeah, thanks for being here. You definitely have a very unique story. Everything that you built on is really, has just an environmental consciousness and a real adventure spirit. The brand Sacred Crafts, can you tell us about how you came up with that name?
Yeah, so we live here in San Diego, and among other things, you know, it's an ocean culture. We have a very vibrant surfboard building industry here, of which I was fortunate enough to kind of start my professional life in, actually building surfboards. And the craft of building surfboards is actually often referred to as a sacred craft. So we wanted to start a brand that mixed our sort of flair for adventure with a unique product design, but also a huge sustainability effort. And we thought the name was perfect as a way to sort of ground what we're doing in a notion of sacred, you know, not just commercial, not just retail, but a little deeper.
Sure, and I think the prints behind you are a little bit indicate what kind of adventure you have. I know, Matthew, you are a diver, a surfer, a rock climber. You are pretty much into everything that involves outdoor activities.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of how it is down here in San Diego. We've got everything from the sea to the mountains, and you're great weather. So we ourselves outdoors doing as many things as we can. And most of it's in the ocean because it's just right there and it's amazing.
Now, Sacred Crafts is a newer brand, but you are not new to the industry. You were actually the designer of Original Grain, which sort of kicked off that whole wood watch look. Tell us about your involvement and how you started Original Grain and that evolved into Sacred Crafts.
Yeah, so that was it's a little bit of a down market brand, a little bit more focused on millennial quartz watches, but we did really innovate this wood and steel category within watches that actually was just kind of a breakout thing. I think we were at the right time in the right place. But some of the things I got to do were very special, which was create these limited collections based on sort of emotional material stories. I did a collection with the Boston Red Sox using 100-year-old stadium seats. Figure out how to engineer into a watch story. And it was just the whole experience of getting behind the door at such a historic organization. Yeah. Tell me about everything. I kind of realized at that moment, you know, the other watches I was working on, they really didn't matter to me. And I just wanted to work on these special collections where I'm able to sort of blend my ability to tell a story with
welcome back, everyone, to Virtual MicroLux after a short break. So I know you shared earlier that the special commemorative Boston Red Sox watches actually sold out pretty quickly at the end of each day. So today did that kind of inspire you to start making limited editions, realizing maybe you have a certain amount that you intend to try to reach, or is there no correlation?
Exactly that. I mean, it was really like an equation that kind of clicked for me, where I realized there's this limited amount of material.
And Lebois Company so far are going to be there as well. So your Q&As are, this is going to be a really great opportunity, including some promotions that they're going to mention on their products. And right now, we have Matthew Harkins and Jeff Andrews from the Sacred Crafts. Hi, guys. Yeah, thanks for being here. You definitely have a very unique story. Everything that you built on is really has just an environmental. I think we had to mute. Okay.
I ruined our own broadcast. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, so being able to make these collections that were limited, that you're able to build up anticipation for what's next and that I want it. It just kind of all clicked for me. And
Sure.
It was really that moment as a designer and a businessman. I said, this is all I want to do. And I sort of worked it out with my partners to go my own direction, and spent all of last year designing, traveling, collecting all these boats in Thailand. And you can imagine getting all the way to January, and then into February, and then into March, and everything that's going on.
I think we're seeing an image right now of your Le Grand Mer, which I have on me. And there's your trips to Thailand where you spend a lot of time. And is that one of the boats that you actually bought? Because I know you bought these boats that you use to create the materials in your watches.
Yeah, so those are beautiful 50, 60-year-old, all wooden boats, fishing boats made in Thailand. They're coming offline where they're just not seaworthy. And it's sort of a big problem. Nobody really has anything to do with them. So we got together with some of my friends in Thailand to basically initiate a process to help clean these out of the coastline so that they don't just sink and become wasted in the intercoastal waterways.
Right.
The wood's so good that we were able to take them apart very carefully and retain a lot of it. And we put that into the products. We put that into our packaging story. And it's just sort of formed a story of adventure and sustainability that we're super happy to share. All the bronze from this collection as well is reclaimed from the marine bronze. We harvested along with all these boats. And it was just an awesome experience in a totally unknown way to develop these parts, and the collection came together that way.
Yeah, that was hugely important to you. The boats that you used for really great intent, what would happen if you didn't have those boats? Would that have affected the birth of Sacred Craft?
Well, not exactly. We actually, so our platform is basically collection stories. So this is really one story, and we've already produced this story. We have another story. 2 stories are in production. So, we would have done something else, but I've been wanting to do this for years. My partner that helped me is a Japanese surfer and a model that lives in Thailand. He's got a lot of great connections, and he suggested Thailand was an awesome place to help the local people solve this boat issue. And it's just a beautiful country with a beautiful culture, and we try to harness that in this story.
And here I have in my hand, this is the Le Mer Grand, and this is your flagship, correct?
Yep.
And what I noticed about it is it's not just bronze right there. You have while most watches have a bronze case, the bracelets are not, right? They're usually a band or a leather. This is a bronze bracelet as well. But within that, what caught my attention, see the green here in between, trying to find the bracelet there, and around the crown here. This is called what you call terrazzo, right? So this is basically made of fishing nets that would have otherwise clogged the ocean. And you found a way to make this hardened and give it a really unique look on this watch. Tell us about this process and about the terrazzo right here.
Yeah, so really same stuff. I mean, this comes down to our passion for protecting the oceans, and seaborne commercial waste is a very well-known threat to the ocean. Fishing nets are right up there among the worst. So on our trip to Thailand, we did the same thing. We worked with the locals to collect about a ton of sea net that was needed to get pulled out of the ocean. And we refined it, cleaned it, and sort of going back to some of my surfboard building technology, I basically figured out a way to encapsulate it in a jewelry grade epoxy and create our own material, similar to maybe what you think about carbon fiber parts. It performs very similar. But the finish looks like sea glass or jade stone.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, yeah, we call it sea glass, but that's basically our own custom material we made. That really is a salute to my roots in surfboard and pouring resin, and then also recently in making jewelry.
Well, not only does it look really cool and very eye-catching, but it serves another purpose. It doesn't make it as heavy as you would think for being bronze. It certainly makes the weight a lot lighter, in addition to being really cool. So I like that. I think that was a very smart, a very unique thing that you did here with the Le Grand Mur. It uses the 28-24 Swiss movement, and I know that was important to you to come out of the gate swinging with what everybody respects in that movement. Tell us again why that movement was so important for you for your first lineup.
Yeah, I mean, having an understanding of how the watch market works and that, you know, you're building off a base. We wanted to start with one of the strongest sort of undisputable bases we thought we could. We even took it a step further. You can see the back. We put our own custom bronze rotor on there.
Yep.
That was not easy, to be honest.
Oh, bronze rotor, very unique. Yeah.
That's not just engraved or customized. That's a fully custom part that we make and attach to that.
Mm-hmm.
There's some complications with trying to add your own rotors to high-end movement like that. So I can't say it was very easy, but I'm pretty happy with the result.
Yeah, no, it turned out really nicely. So I know, Jeff, you are actually newer to the company. This is the first time I'm actually interacting with you. Matthew, I've got a chance to get to know recently. What made you want to get into the watch business with Sacred Craft?
Well, for me personally, it started with the story.
Right.
I kind of almost accidentally came across Matt's story.
Mm-hmm.
And the more I dug into it, and I'm also, I'll call myself an ecologist, I guess, as far as the reclaimed world goes.
Mm-hmm.
So one-on-one together, and the more I dug into the story, I had to be a part of it. So I tracked Matt down, and a few months later, here I am. So
yeah, it was meant to be with you guys. You guys definitely have a lot in common. So this is your presentation, and you know, although I just did have lunch, this is actually kind of like a bento box, right? A Japanese bento box. So here we're seeing the lid here, and this blue on here is part of the ship. Was that correct?
The whole boat, all the wood in there is made from the boat, from the wood. I mean, we get a lot of different parts and pieces. So we basically made all the packaging from reclaimed wood from these boats. The top layer is the paint from the exterior.
Right, and this presentation here's what we get inside. Oh, you know what? I just noticed it looks like one of those Russian nesting dolls.
Yeah, it's a stacking bento box.
What is in this? I didn't even notice this till now.
Well, you get two bands. You get a Horween leather band and a rubber dive strap. You get a travel case so you can bring your extra straps with you. Comes with a coffee table book and and all the materials like the certificate of authenticity are all in there.
So you have some watches I see right there. Can we go over some of those really quickly other than the Le Grand Mur?
Yeah, sure. So we have actually the watch I'm wearing. This is called Hua Hin, which is a nice coastal city in Thailand. You can see the dial there. That's wood from the boat. That's a very thin veneer dial.
And that's the same one that's on the lid, right? That's the same material, right? Nice.
Yeah, so they're all different. They're all messed up and all super patinaed. It's pretty fun.
And that one goes for how much?
This one is $15.99, and this is a limited set of 90.
And that also uses the 28-24 movement?
Everything has the same movement with the same customized rotor.
So I want to go back to the Le Grand Mur since this is your flagship. And what is the retail for this?
$19.99.
Okay. And what are the other watches you have? You have four in your lineup.
Yeah, so we have another one. This one's called Dark Seas. So this is a black PVD coated 316L steel case.
Okay.
It has a carbon fiber bezel ground guard and center links. And it also uses our sea glass in the center link and in the dial.
Right.
This is our sort of more traditional piece. It's called Kudmai, which means reborn in Thai. So this is a bronze and steel story, and all the bronze is reclaimed from our boats as well.
And what does that one go for?
This one is our lowest priced offering. It's $12.99.
How much?
$12.99.
Okay, okay. So I know that we can all learn more about Sacred Crafts at sacredcrafts.com.
Thesacredcrafts.com.
Thesacredcrafts.com. And from there, you designed that website, and I think it's a great place to spend some time because you have some really great stories there. including all of your travels, and you even sell wood flooring from the boats.
Yeah, we also make sustainable building products. You know, this is more than just a timepiece story, but we really love crafted watches. And I think what we're trying to say is we sort of start with these adventures, we find the materials, and we make products from there, and all of them are high-end, crafted into a luxury category.
Right. I wish you guys well. You have a really great story, great personalities, great website, a really great product and unique product within the bronze watches. And I want everybody to really spend some time in learning more about you at thesacredcrafts.com. Matthew and Jeff, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks a lot, Rich.
We appreciate it.
Congratulations on the event.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
Best wishes to you guys.
Cheers.
And to you.
Bye. And so we are going to be up next with Stephen and Josh from SWC at 3:30. So in just a few minutes, we'll hear from a really cool duo. All right, welcome back, everyone, with Stephen Romer and Josh Romer from SWC. And thanks again for everyone for watching and really making this really extra special to us. Welcome, Stephen and Josh.
Welcome. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
It's great to see you. The last time I saw you was at MicroLux Chicago last year. You guys were definitely loved. You guys were so loved there, and it's really nice to see you guys.
We had a lot of fun at the show. Missed it this year, but we'll make a return one day when things open back up.
Absolutely. So you guys, I remember when you are now a full-fledged family business. When you first started, it was just you two, and now your brothers got on board, and even your mom is your director of your YouTube videos. And on your YouTube channel, what's the name of your YouTube channel?
So Swiss Watch Company is the name of our channel. And it's nice that you mentioned the brothers, because my brother, Jeremy, who is a watchmaker, he lives in Switzerland, and we will actually be live streaming the assembly process of our upcoming watches through our YouTube channel. So obviously don't close down the stream now, but when you're done, go over, search Swiss Watch Company, and you can find us there.
Yeah, you have great content. It's a fun channel as well, and very informative too. So you mentioned your brother Jeremy. So tell me how that worked. So Stephen and Josh, you started off, and now your brothers have joined you. Did you welcome them with open arms, or did you make them squirm just a little because now they say, oh, you guys are blowing up, we're jumping on a bandwagon? How did you accept them?
I like to make Jeremy especially squirm as much as possible, because he returns the favor to me in tenfold. But my dad, he'd probably speak best to Jeremy's process in joining the company, because he actually got started before me behind the scenes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he had to get himself through education over there 3-4 years before we would consider having him join us. So he was sweating quite a bit. I mean, becoming a watchmaker in Switzerland is challenging, and he went there without even knowing the language. And after graduation, he was fluent in just the dialect as well as in High German. So
yeah,
for him, and we thought, hey, it's time for him to join.
Yeah, I think if I was you, Josh, I would have definitely made him squirm a little bit, because he's coming on now after you built this, after you helped build this. And for those of you who don't know, Josh is the one that handles SWC's Instagram. What is it, SWC USA?
Yes, SWC USA, the same as our website, which is swcusa.com. So yeah, if you reach out to us on social media, you're speaking with me through email or the YouTube channel, Facebook, that's all me. But Jeremy, he handles all of our assembly. Anyone watching who has the first SWC diver, he assembled all of those himself, and he'll be assembling our upcoming sport watch, as well as the diver Mark II, and all of our watches going forward into the future.
Right, you built up a really great community. And before we get into the sport watch, which I'm wearing right here, look at that, that's really nice. You told me, Josh, when we first met, that you didn't want to be just a one-watch wonder. You sold out of the diver, which we have right here, and it's under $400 using the 2824 sapphire crystal ceramic bezel inlay. Pretty much all the full Montes for this for under $400, right? And
on the Kickstarter, it was, and it was the SW200 for the Kickstarter.
Right.
We thought about going, but right. I mean, it's essentially the same movement.
Correct.
But yeah, for Kickstarter, we were under $400. Did really well there. Raised the price to $495
still
retail.
Yeah.
And then sold out of those again. The feedback's been really good there, and we wanted to create a brand. My dad, he's been in the watch industry for over 30 years now.
Correct. You guys are not new behind the scenes. Stephen, you used to be the quality control for some of the best known brands like Longines, some of the brands like that. And then you decided to start your own company, SWC, a couple years ago.
Well, that was in 1995. We started our own brand. Yes.
SWC is, as you know it, started a couple of years ago. But we did OEMs. We worked primarily for the U.S. Armed Forces.
That's right.
And for firefighters at that time. And we did that for about 15 years solely. And then we went into the industrial fashion market as well, where we provided service to companies that wanted to sell watches. So finally we said, okay, it's time. Let's get going here in our own brand.
Well, that definitely explains the quality behind this watch. This is not the kind of watch that somebody's very first experience could create. There's quality on it. There's just a lot of uniqueness to this, a great bracelet. And then you followed that up with the chronograph version of that, the more expensive lineup, and using the more expensive and respected 7753 movement. And then fast forward to today, and now you released your third model, which I have on my wrist here, and I think we have a picture of that up, which is the sports model. So there are two variations of this, right? There's the automatic, and you're also offering a quartz. I have the automatic in mind. Tell us about the sports model.
Okay, the sports model is based on a smaller version that we wanted to make the watch a little smaller. It's a 41 millimeter diameter for the bezel. It comes in two versions. One is the SW200 movement as an automatic, and then the other one is as a quartz model with a second time zone interaction. The specifics of the sports watch is that we moved the ceramic ring that we have on the diver's bezel into the watch and made those solid indexes out of ceramic, which was very, very challenging to accomplish. So the top of the index is highly polished, and the edges are as sharp as a knife. So and then it's filled in with a super luminova after that.
So let's go back to the diver here. This was the freshman launch of the current SWC. This is in blue. This is my favorite blue. You also have several different colors, including a new brown one coming out. Right?
Yes.
And that's a really rich chocolate. The bracelet, this is definitely the upgraded, and I think I might put you on a spot here. Was this bracelet, did you provide these to the first round of customers at no charge, or was it a very reasonable charge? I forgot.
We provided the adjustable clasp at cost. So
okay,
it's you can find similar clasps. There's a really similar one on Strap Code. I don't remember the exact price. I think it was at least $65. We provide ours for $35, so it's very reasonable. We didn't want to penalize customers for an upgrade, and that's something that's a philosophy we'll carry going forward as well. It was something that people wanted with the diver. They wanted that extension, so we wanted to provide it, made it available to current customers, and it's going to come standard in our models moving forward.
Excellent. So now we're going backwards to the back to the sports model. It's the same shade of blue, if you can see that here between the, which is my favorite blue. I think green might be yours, Josh.
So for the diver, the green was my favorite, and that model was unfortunately retired. It's getting replaced by the brown, but the green was my favorite. The blue on the sport watch, it is the same shade of blue as the diver, because the blue ceramic, it's the same material used on the index markers. So same ceramic, just carried over and applied differently on the dial.
Sure. It's a nice polished bracelet on the sport here, but you have not just a bracelet, it comes on a rubber band as well?
Yes, all the sports watches will come with an integrated silicone strap. That's something we're going to carry over for the new divers as well. Those will all have straps available. So customers who want to upgrade and go to the Mark II of the diver, they won't have to buy a bracelet or a strap. Everything's reverse compatible with the new diver as it is to the original. So everything carries over.
Okay, so I have to use this moment, Stephen, to ask you, because I haven't been able to get an answer from Josh yet. Sorry about that, Josh. But your logo, I absolutely love that logo. I just don't know what it is. It kind of comes across as maybe a UFO or like an old tube TV with rabbit antennas. I don't know what it is, and it kind of drives me nuts. What is that logo?
There's a lot of mystery in it. I wanted to see how we could embrace a star on both sides with two arms reaching into there, and I don't know how that worked out, but it's
open for interpretation.
It is open for interpretation in any possible way that you want to look at it. We just wanted to make sure it looks good. And
it does.
Fits into the watch. So I had my challenging interpretations for it, but I'll leave that up to you what you think about it.
UFO.
We are really close to Area 51. It's about
that's right. Yeah.
About 30 miles that way.
You live deep into the desert in Vegas.
There you go.
Yeah, out in the middle of nowhere. So the UFO reference actually fits better than you would think.
Yeah, that makes sense. So the dial on the sports watch, is it like a brick? How would you describe the center portion of the dial?
We wanted to make sure that we could get as much depth out of it as possible. So there's 4 or 5 layers of squares that we have that each has a different elevation.
Yeah, okay.
And we wanted to see how we could increase that to make it look as deep as possible, so we can get some more live out of it.
Sure.
That you could normally just have out of flat surfaces with dials.
And quality control for SWC, I know, is critically important. You could have tried to have rushed this to market being subpar, but you pushed it back because you wanted to get it just right. Why is that customer service and the quality control so important to SWC?
So with delays in production and quality control, there's a famous quote. It's kind of a weird reference, but I believe it was one of the higher ups at Nintendo, I believe, which is a strange reference to make. But basically, the reference is a rushed product is always bad, but if you delay a product, it will eventually be good. So if you release something too soon, that's it. It will always be how it was when it was first released. If you delay something, maybe people won't be happy, but that's something that at least has the potential to become what you want it to be. So that's why we decided to wait. It was really tempting to release it earlier because, as you know, it took over a year to bring this. We were promoting this about this time last year.
I remember.
Yeah, but it was the right decision to wait to get the product correct when we release it. That's what's in the best interest of our customers, and that's what we'll focus on.
I think the stellar reputation you guys as SWC, as we currently know it, has paid off. The trust is going to be there. I want to thank you both, Josh and Stephen, for joining us on Virtual MicroLux, and we can learn more about SWC at swcusa.com?
Yes, correct. That is correct. Yes.
Okay, and everybody should definitely check out the new sports line because this is priced at how much?
Right now, it is on our website. You can pre-order it. The Quartz is listed at $299, I believe, and the automatic is listed at $429. So these will deliver in November. The prices will go up once they're available for delivery. So if you want to reserve one now and get in on that November delivery with the lower price, now's the time to do it.
Definitely, these are going to make great holiday gifts at that price point and just in time for the holidays. Josh and Stephen, thank you so much again.
Thanks, Rich.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take care, Rich.
And up next, we have Chad Tsagris with Laco at 4 o'clock. So just in a few minutes. We'll see you soon.
Hey everyone, Ariel Adams with aBlogtoWatch and Virtual MicroLux. Welcome back. I'm joined by Chad Tsagris, and he wears many hats, but today the hat he's wearing is the head of distribution for Laco USA. Laco is a German watchmaker with a lot of history. It has made military watches and a lot of timepieces for a long time. It remains today a great solid value. I worked with Laco to create direct this. This is the Vertex watch, which Chad also, I believe, is wearing or has in his possession. So I know the brand very well. I think what's important is to talk about, why Laco. There are a number of German watchmakers with military history. Laco is among them. Chad, let's just start by talking. Tell people why you love Laco.
So you know what? I love Laco because of the history and what it offers for the value for a customer. I think is very important, and it's something that the brand has stayed very true to being a Flieger watch, and then growing in the things like the Vertex, which is so much fun. So sorry, I'm just gonna turn down this. I'm just cooking some bratwurst.
Yeah. Tell us about what you're making. Let's make this a cooking show.
You know what? It's a little more fun. I'm talking German watches today, so I'm wearing my Lederhosen. Didn't have any Oktoberfest to go to this year, so let's do it at home with you guys.
Yeah, I don't see a stein of beer. I don't see. Oh wait, there it is. Okay, not a stein though.
No, but let me just throw these guys on and let's get on to this interview, man.
Yeah, we thought it'd be fun for you to do, live the Laco lifestyle, so to say. And they don't make a cooking watch yet, do they?
No, they don't. Maybe next year. What is it? Out of Order makes a cooking watch. It tells you how to cook your spaghetti.
But it's just one item. But you're right. It's true. It's true. We covered that recently. A little bit of a mixed response there on the spaghetti timer there.
But you know what? That's for fun, right?
Well, I bring it up for an important point because a lot of people these days, they want fun out of their watch. I think people have always wanted fun out of their watch, but especially now, they want to look at their watch and they want to smile. And for some people, fun is humor. For other people, fun is reminding them of something from their childhood, like playing video games. For other people, it's art. Laco has the Erbstück collection, which is integral for the Vertex. And the idea is that there's one human being inside the company that hand ages, not all the watches, but certain ones. And Laco themselves, they don't sort of talk about it as much. It's sort of a secret thing. But it is part of the fun. It's this interesting, and that you can get the same watch pre-aged or not pre-aged. How do you help consumers navigate through the various things that Laco has?
So, I think with the various things is, if it's an entry person into Laco, I recommend to look at the original Flieger collection. And then we also have the lower level with the Miyotas. But if you're looking in Laco, look at our classic watches, the Paderborn, the Munster, the Saarbrücken. Those are the watches that really reflect us as a brand. They're at a pretty good price point, between $11.30 and $13.50, depending if you're going with what movement or what size of case. And we offer those both in the automatic and the hand wind. Once someone's graduated past that or looking for something special, I like to introduce them to the Erbstück. And, because it's not something that everybody can hop on board with or understand until you see one in person, I think is the best way. When you're looking on the website or you're looking at pictures and then you see it in person, you kind of go, I get it.
It's easy to make things look good in a picture on a website, but in person it's obviously a lot harder.
It's a lot harder. And we also do it in 3 levels of distress. Most of the ones coming out of the factory are a level 2 because that's the most neutral. But we even make up to a level 3, which has like all the lume cracking out in the hand. The dial looks like it's cracked, and it looks like it's been basically buried in the middle of nowhere for the last 50 years.
It's such an important distinction to make between something that is manufactured new to look old and something that is manufactured new and then made old. And there's a lot of watches out there that have what they call the faux Tina, right? It's got aged-looking lume, or they do things to print discoloration. But that's not what Laco does. Laco makes a product like this. When these made, they start out looking brand spanking new, and then there's a process. It's an artistic craftsmanship process that artificially ages it. And I think that's really important to explain, because not only is it like someone's doing it by hand, it's an art form, but it's not like we went into computer software to make a dial that looked old and then we just printed it that way. It's an important distinction, wouldn't you agree?
It's probably one of the most important distinctions with that. And, it's really, the fact is there's actual time and effort put into these watches that is beyond what anyone would ever know. And the hours and, just to make one of the dials, it's not just simply patinaing it. It takes over 30 days. It takes a long time to get that look and that feel. And it's like basically art. In my opinion, when you look at the Erbstrucks, because no two cases will ever be the same, no two dials will ever be the same. So it is like a statement of art, and that's how I like to present it. If someone's like not a fan of the fake patina, or if they don't really understand it, I'm like, you're buying something that's really been crafted by a watchmaker and is very unique to our company and our history, going back to our Flieger collection.
And it's a very quirky thing as well, because the company comes from such a functional background. It's a tool watchmaker. Most of, if not all, the watches are tool style. But then to add this level on top of it, I don't want to say it's sort of a left field type of decision, but it's a quirk that adds, I think, a great level of personality and character to the brand.
I think it really comes to that about 5 years ago, we as a company were talking about how do we become a modernized company, but still making tool watches. And that brought out a lot of projects like the Erbstrucks.
Modern means old.
the Paderborn, the new GMT that we released last year, which is a Flieger, but it's a modernization of a Flieger, but still going a little more playful in colors and things that we normally wouldn't do. And that's to bring a younger customer base to Laco.
Yeah.
And I think it really, really speaks, even with the the new Muchen chronograph. It still looks like a classic Flieger, but there is no Flieger chronograph. It's a modernization, and then we did the muted gray subdials to make it feel a little more hip and trendy, right?
Yeah. So what you're talking about is the Munich chronograph. This was just released very recently. And
just yesterday.
Yeah, it has that classic, Flieger watch look. But like you said, the subdials, it's a 7750 movement, and the subdials, you said muted gray, but the bottom line is they're de-emphasized. So it's sort of like the chronograph is there when you want it to be, but not there when you don't want it to be.
Correct, and that was the whole point of doing it, to stay with our heritage and make a chronograph and make it as close to our original heritage, but still a little more edgy, still a little more young. And I think we did a really good job with this watch. And that's only going to be around for a very short time. We only made 200 of them.
So Laco, as we said, produces an enormous variety of watches, but even within the variety, there's so many options for the same watch. And we're talking about, you can get different sizes, different movements, different grade of movement. There's so many options out there, and when I look at it, even as a complete expert, I'm like, do I want to spend the extra, it was like $100, $150 for the top grade movement? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. What tools does Laco offer, maybe you can suggest, to help people make choices, because there are so many of them?
So on the Laco website, you can basically, in a way, cater your watch and build it a la carte. By putting in the top grade movement, a lot of the watches already have the elaborate movement. This is for a customer is a little more educated, a little more looking for something more refined. And it's an option that we've been exploring and testing, of doing these small customizations for the customer who's just looking for a little bit something more unique and more to their individual personality. We are going to continue this throughout the next couple of years, and also opening up to different dial colors and different things, hopefully, in the future. But it's really about making something that's really individual to the customer. The CEO, Uwe, he feels that it's something that a certain customer maybe wants this, and some customers just want the normal. And that's why we brought that out. And it's been very successful.
And oftentimes you don't see that level of variety in a German brand. They tend to have more consolidated collections and things like that. There is these entry points, like you said, these roughly $1,000 and a little bit more. All the watches are very relatively priced similarly, but how do you go ahead and you start to say, okay, we got the entry level customer, there's these good classic-looking German watches at good value. Where do you then recapture them later down the line? Because I think by the time you get into Arab Struck, or you're basically making a decision to get a higher grade movement, it's not like you go from entry-level Laco there. You might go from entry-level Laco, take a break, and go to other brands, and at some point return back to Laco when you're ready to make those types of decisions. How do you recapture those people sort of further along their watch collector life cycle?
I think it's a more that it's a milestone to have a Laco in your collection. It might not be the end-all and be-all, but if you're getting into collecting and you're really exploring watches, eventually you're going to come back to Laco. You're like, I need a Flieger. These are the 5 original Flieger brands with Wimpe, IWC, Stova, A. Langenson. Now, which was your price point that fits you is where you might go. A. Langenson doesn't really make a Flieger anymore. They're more traditional dress. And that's something I think where you're going to end up being a Laco customer, just because if you're wanting a Flieger, you want it original, those are the 5 brands to pick from.
Now, what are some of the things on the horizon? Because we have a lot of watches that you say are classic, but there's this focus on the more youthful consumer and some more modern stuff. Is that a hint as to future product direction?
So future project directions, we're doing, we just are starting to release right now, is the 95 limited edition navy blue watch. That's going to be for our 95th birthday. For the next 5 years, we're going to be creating limited editions, counting up to our 100-year anniversary in 2025. And we're going to be playing a lot more with colors and our heritage and our history. We started with a navy watch. We're looking at doing things like officer watches, which we made in the past. We're also looking at doing more Fliegers that are more unique and different for celebrating our anniversary. The thing that I think is really fun that we're going to be working on at Laco is right now we're in the development stages, and we've done a few in the past now, is like the small batch Aachen and Osberg limited editions. We're going to be trying to continue that for the next 5 years. And so that there's that entry level, and you can still be a collector of the brand.
So how does that work in terms of the economics? Because like you alluded to, if you're making a small batch of something, obviously you need to charge more because there's less of an economy of scale. Are these limited editions going to come in at much higher price points, or are you going to remain relatively consistent and remain accessible even in those limited quantities?
I think we're going to try to remain in basically the business structure and the plan that we've been staying to, and that's trying to stay an affordable watch for the quality. I can't predict the next 5 years of what the price of movements and things in the industry are going to happen. And, I think that the one thing that we really want to do is make sure that our entry level collectors are taken care of just as much as our high level collectors, because eventually they become high level collectors. And, if you look at the Aachen and Osberg taupes, they are only $40, $50 more expensive than the classic line of the Aachen and Osberg. I think it's a $460 retail for the taupe dials, and there's 200 pieces made. So
and it's a nice taupe, by the way.
It's a beautiful taupe.
Like taupe doesn't have a nice name to it. No one's like taupe, but that's one of my favorite colors. I love that in the Laco taupes.
And it's a beautiful, beautiful piece for the price range, and you're still getting something limited edition from a classic Flieger watch company. And I think that that's really nice that we're able to do that. And the reason we're able to do things like that is we control our production in Pforzheim, Germany. We've been in the same area in Pforzheim, Germany since 1925. We have a team of watchmakers in-house, and that makes it, a little bit more obtainable to do projects like this, is having that staff and that amazing team in Pforzheim.
So one of the watches that Laco continues to make is the original size of the Flieger, which is 55 millimeters. Now, to a lot of people, that sounds pretty massive. This even has like a special strap. So yes, you're doing exactly what I've asked. Put that watch on, because I think a lot of people are intimidated by that, but there's something fun about wearing a 55 millimeter. I mean, you don't just have to be Schwarzenegger for that.
So Schwarzenegger wears them. You got to be a pretty big guy, but it's still just a fun watch to have.
It is fun. All right, here it is. So you're strapping it on. People can't really tell, but it does have a special strap. There you go. Now, Chad, you have slightly bigger wrists than me, but we wear roughly the same watch size. So there you have it. Now, what do you think this watch says to other watch lovers? Because I know that, especially from the watch gang side, they'll have a lot to say about what they think this says to people. But what does this message say to another watch lover out there?
I think it's a statement piece to have in a collection. If you're a watch lover and a collector, it is true to how we were commissioned to make them for the German military in all the specifications. Modernized, of course, but I think it's something that it's a statement piece. It's fun.
Let's take a close look at the dial. You want to put that up to the camera there? Okay, so that's the traditional, the BU, or what do they call it?
This is a B dial, which is the navigator dial.
Yeah.
And
which actually makes most sense, because the hour hand marks up with the hour markers and the minute hand marks up with the minute markers.
So this was the ones that the navigators would have worn, and they actually wore it over their jackets or on their legs. They didn't
or
wear
on their thigh. You've seen the thigh, yeah.
I've seen the big thigh straps. You wear it like this on your arm when you're, flying.
I don't know.
Plane.
I think you can pull off the thigh look.
Yeah, I think the thigh look was probably the more popular. But the neat thing about these were they had no logos on the dial, and Laco stays pretty true to that, no logos on the dial, because they weren't status symbols. So you weren't supposed to know as a pilot if you were wearing an A. Lange & Son, a Wimpe, an IWC, a Laco, a Stova. You weren't supposed to know. These were not supposed to be status symbols. These were military given instruments or tools. And that's kind of an interesting, when we go 70 years in the future, to think about that.
So let's talk about that collectability and production numbers. These 55mm watches, how many of these are produced a year? And my same question with Erbstruck. Obviously, it's got to be limited. Do you have any types of numbers you can share?
I don't know the exact numbers, but I can tell you right now that pretty much until next year, we can't deliver on any of the 55mm anymore. We just know it takes too long to make them. The kit for the centralized second that we build a module to put that centralized second, we can't get them anymore. Maybe it's due to COVID, maybe other things, but we don't produce very many of these. These are a very hard watch to produce. The Erbstruck, the same thing. It's like an allocated piece where I only get a certain amount per year into the United States, and that's it.
So are they to order? Is that kind of what you're saying?
They're kind of to order. Stores order them. I usually stock always in the United States a few pieces of them because they are my hottest things. But those watches take so much time to make. The 55mm take so much time to make that Laco just can't keep up with production, and they cut off production at some points in the year, just like any major watch manufacturer does with their big hot watches, right?
As a homegrown brand in Germany, especially one that has the type of history, I can imagine that the appetite in Germany is quite different than the US. What watches do particularly well in Germany, and what watches from Laco do particularly well in a different market like the United States?
So, I think that if we're taking outside of the Flieger collection, because that's kind of the bread and butter for Laco, in the United States, the diver watches do well because that's the market. We tend to sell bigger sizes here. And then just recently, we introduced the 39mm pilots. And those were supposed to be more for the Asian market, but they've been selling very well in the United States. And I think that's because there's been a bit of a sizing down in watches right now. And it's a very comfortable daily wear. But I think the 42mm in the pilot's my key size for that.
Yeah, I like that as well. And again, this is basically the 42mm wide case right here. So we have it on the Boone strap, but it's a great size. But can you list out the number of sizes? Because it goes from 39 to 55 and a lot in between.
And we even make watches down to 36 in more classic designs and Bauhaus style designs. And we go for the Flieger collections is 39, 42, 45, 55.
That's so many. Chad, last question. If people want to check out Laco watches more, where do you recommend that they go?
The best place to go is LacoWatches.com, or you can check out more at WatchGang.com. We have a great selection of watches that you are able to purchase. And if you feel like checking things out, just let me know.
Everyone, this has been Chad Tsagris from Laco. Thank you so much. Stick around for our next presentation, DuFrane watches at 4:30 p.m. PST. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are with Stephen Lee from DuFrane Watches, and he's from Austin, Texas. Welcome and hello, Stephen. Yeah, it's good to see you. Last time we saw you was in MicroLux Chicago last year, so this is another opportunity. So thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so you're in Austin. I think that's probably considered one of the most hippest cities in Texas. Dallas people might have something to say with that. But tell us about why Austin is considered so contemporary and so, I guess, hip, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, well, Joe Rogan just moved here, so that's if that's not a stamp of approval, then nothing is.
Instant cool factor.
There you go. There you go. I mean, so I've been coming to Austin when I was a kid. I grew up in Illinois, but I've been coming since the 70s and 80s. I always knew I just wanted to move to Austin. It's a very it's a very eclectic place. There's a lot of there's so much to do. Whether you're an outdoors type of person, you want to run around trails, you want to swim, biking trails are everywhere. There's a great bar scene. Of course, a bit different right now, but incredible music scene. Lots of, again, a little challenging now, but lots of restaurants.
Restaurants, right.
Yeah, it's just a great city with a lot of history and some really great people. And so I knew I wanted to move here. So I moved here 22 years ago. And it's just always been a part of kind of my fiber growing up as a kid even.
Has it changed a lot from 22 years ago?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, even within 5 years, it's changing. I mean, it's just constantly growing, but it still really tries to hold on to its little, its slogan of "Keep Austin Weird," and it very much tries to hold on to that and still be a little bit different, which is part of kind of like a little bit about my brand in that sense. It's a little bit different, and so Austin and DuFrane kind of align that way.
Sure, and in fact, you have really deep local ties to Austin, and even on the hang tags on some of your watches, different things on your website. You have different informations on where to visit Austin. And I know that if I was visiting Austin, and I would love to one day, I would definitely take you up on the advice that you recommend. Was that an afterthought after you built the watches that you wanted to incorporate those Austin ties, or was it almost concurrently that you wanted to do that?
Yeah, so it's really it was part of the whole brand is based around the Austin, either historical figures. Every model is named after either a landmark or a historical figure, deep ties to Austin. And I just have one here just so folks can see. But yeah, I put a hang tag, and on the back of each hang tag,
I've seen those.
I handwrite either a bar or a restaurant that if you happen to come to Austin, check it out. It's a great spot.
And I recommend those. I'm sorry. When I looked at those places that you recommended, it's like, this is a place that I would love to visit.
They're really cool.
Hand selected by you.
Yeah. And there's a lot of them. And so, I handwrite, individual ones. I try not to duplicate them so that I can give a good swath of different places to check out. But that was always an idea as a part of the kind of the kit when the watch gets delivered, to have something like that, just kind of unique and special about Austin.
So your roots and community roots go beyond Austin, in fact, including globally with your association with One Tree Planted. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so last year I decided to do it, starting this year, was to kind of have a philanthropic aspect to the brand. And so for every watch sold during 2020, I'm donating 5 trees to be planted in different places that need reforestation projects done. And actually right now on my Instagram story, I allow everybody or anybody who wants to vote for choosing either between Oregon or California for any reforestation projects to donate. Each quarter I do this, and so Q3 has ended. So wherever we want to donate, a couple of 100 trees, we're going to do that, and we'll get that squared away as soon as that closes out.
Yeah, California definitely needed that. We had some experiences here.
For sure.
So my first experience with a DuFrane watch was with your Bergstrom Sync, and that had some 18-karat gold in the movement. It was a wonderful interpretation of a pilot's watch. I really like that. That was on the higher end. I think that was around $1,200, if I remember.
Yeah, the Bergstrom model's an aviation themed, pilot themed watch, and I've made 5 There's only 300 Bergstroms made, but 5 of which I made called the Sync, which were real unique, real special, polished case, a little bit extra decoration done to the movement at a 6498 movement.
And you have quite a few models in your portfolio. You have the GMT. You have now a newer model. If we fast forward to the Waterloo right here, two versions. We have an automatic and a quartz 3-hander. So if we spend some time about this automatic, this is in 39 millimeters?
Correct. Yep. 39 millimeter case, 47 millimeter lug to lug. Yep.
And this is designed in Austin, of course. A 3-hander. So what made you want to go down in size with, in this when a lot of watches have gone bigger?
Yeah, my other models are 42 and 41 and a half. And I think anywhere between that 38 to 42 is kind of the sweet spot for a lot of wrists.
Right.
I simply got a lot of feedback from people actually saying, when are you going to build a piece that's a little bit smaller? And so I opted to my tool watches, which is the diver, the GMT, and the pilot piece. In that tool watch category, they're a little bit larger, and so this one being a little bit more of that classical, traditional style, kind of a dress piece, if you will. I just opted to try the 39 millimeter space, and it's
No, it's a nice size, and here again on the case back here, we're going to see the Lone Star logo on there carrying through. You have what made you want to add the quartz edition to the automatic?
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. I mean, being a small independent little micro brand. I mean, I'm the chief designer. I'm also the chief shipper and the main trash taker outer.
Lots of hats. You wear all the hats.
Lots of hats, right? But it allows me to take a lot of feedback, right? And so it may not be immediate because it takes a long time to design a watch and produce a watch and so forth. But there's a decent percentage of people that were asking for something that was less maintenance. I'm not sure about a mechanical. Maybe the first one I want to try is another quartz one and move into mechanical. So it's really just meant to be a stepping stone for those folks that are getting into the hobby, and or just those folks that just don't want to mess with a mechanical piece and just would prefer to have a battery run watch. Yeah.
So being a micro brand, talking about DuFrane being as a micro brand, what was the first model that you released? Was it the Bergstrom lineup?
Yeah, so I actually designed the Bergstrom and the Barton Springs at the same time. The original Barton Springs model, I made 2 prototypes of. I wasn't really, it didn't settle well with me. There was something not quite right about it. And so I needed to continue working on it. And so I moved forward with the launch of the Bergstrom first. And then about a year later, I finally finalized the design and changes I made to the Barton Springs. So yeah, the Bergstrom mechanical movement, hand wound, that was the first model. And then the Barton Springs and automatic came second about a year later.
So as a micro brand, what is the process? First of all, how long did you conceive of the Waterloo and then put pen to paper and then eventually come up with a prototype? Tell us from the moment that you had this idea to where you could have something physical.
Yeah, it's an interesting process. So I'm a runner. I was actually talking to one of your producers earlier. I'm a pretty avid runner, and that's how I decompress, and that's how I kind of think about things. And I generally come up with the design ideas while running, and then I sketch them out, and then those sketches kind of evolve over time, and they're simply hand drawn. And then I work with someone to build out renders, and then we make real serious design decisions and tweaks and finalizations on those renderings. The time it takes, so I have a stack of design ideas in a little leaflet book that I keep around for those types of things. The Waterloo is probably about a 2.5 year design idea. It just took a long time to kind of come up with the different things that I was trying to incorporate in it. I wanted to, design a piece that was a dress piece. I knew that I was going to launch with again, kind of tool watch designs first. So I always had this kind of in the background over the last, call it 2 years, and then really solidified the design earlier this year and went into production mid part of this year, and they'll actually be produced and ready in the, call it early to mid-December timeframe.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely see the quality as I'm holding the watch in my hand. The finishing here, the nice contrasting brushed and finishing, the dial, brushed and polished, the dial is nice. This is a very satisfying watch, but I could see wearing this with jeans and a tee and not necessarily dressed up. This is how I normally dress. Yeah.
For sure. I mean, it's meant to be an everyday, go anywhere, do anything kind of watch. Even though it's, you know, it's kind of a dress piece, if you will, it still has 100-meter water resistance. You know, it's, I'm using a fantastic factory that's doing the case manufacturing, and it's super high quality. But yeah, it can be dressed up, it can be dressed down. I mean, you know, strap changes are, of course, the key to that for sure. And I've actually designed the piece in mind with a bracelet that'll be coming as well for those that want to have a bracelet option.
So as a micro brand, when you first started out, where is DuFrane in your mind of when you started out to where you are today? Are you on track as you would consider your brand? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I work with an agency. I don't have an employee, but I work with an agency. And he and I talk about this all the time, kind of like the progression of the brand. And, you know, my idea was to get a catalog of watches in place. And so that it can, you know, help people make different decisions based on the styles that they like and different options that, you know, they're interested in. And it takes a while to do that. And so I'm really happy with the progress. I'm really happy with all the customers I have. You know, they're fantastic folks. They're buying usually each model as it comes out, which is a great sign. But you know, the hardest part, I think, if you talk to any of the micro brands, it's the awareness. It's, you know, how you get the word out, how you differentiate yourself, and you know, that's just always the challenge. And I don't think it's ever going to stop. And I'll just keep working at that part of it.
That is a big challenge. If we talk about many of the major brands, they have the budgets to put behind the glitzy marketing, the heavy sponsorship. You see their name at the golf tournament, you know, including the brand that starts with an R and ends in an X.
Yeah.
But for a lot of the micro brands, you know, that budget is just far beyond what you could possibly try to do.
Yeah.
So what is the biggest challenge you face in trying to get the word out there?
Yeah, I mean, you know, listen, it'd be fantastic if some celebrity, like if Matthew McConaughey or Joe Rogan, now that he's here in Austin, but like if that was an avenue by which just randomly and luckily that took place. But it's really just concentrating on reaching the folks that I can reach and the ones that do decide to move forward with the relationship with the brand. It's just maintaining a tight relationship with them. It's informing them, communicating with them, taking great care of them. They are mechanical pieces. If something goes wrong, I'm here to help. You know, I try to take care of my customers as best as possible. And I think just the process by doing that, it eventually grows the brand that way, kind of organically, more so than if I were to say I'm going to put together a $50,000, you know, media campaign. I just don't have the budget for that, so I have to go with the model by which I'm, you know, moving forward with.
You've been doing a good job with that, Joe Rogan. If you're listening, maybe you can give DuFrane a shout out. I know Joe's a real watch guy. He has a real appreciation for watches.
He does.
I thought I would take this opportunity because we ran a giveaway. For the DuFrane, it was the divers. It was
the Barton Springs.
The Barton Springs. So I just received a message, and we did it through random.org. And the winner of the Barton Springs is Michael Beck. Michael Beck, congratulations! Right. And LA MicroLux will be in touch with you very shortly. That's good. That's a really nice watch you've seen. I've actually had it in my possession for a while.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So Michael, you're going to be very happy with that. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Michael. That's great.
So the prices on the Waterloo, on the automatic, what does this start at?
So the retail price is $575. It's actually on Kickstarter right now. So that model I launched on Kickstarter. It's the first model I've launched on Kickstarter. But the mechanical steel is $475, and the quartz version is $299.
And they're heat blued hands.
The mechanical has heat blued hands. They're precision diamond cut brass for the quartz ones.
They're going to make great holiday gifts, especially.
They
at
are.
this price point.
Yeah, and that's the desire to get these done before the kind of the beginning to mid-December to allow people to get those in the hands of people they got them for.
And I think a real testament to DuFrane's quality is on Kickstarter you actually surpassed your goal well in advance. I mean, you still have what, the rest of the month?
Yeah, through the end of the month, right.
And
yep.
you've already beat your goal early on, but they can find you on Kickstarter. Where can they find you on Kickstarter?
It's super easy. If you go to DuFraneWatches.com, the main hero image, the main banner on the front page has a link to click right into Kickstarter. You could certainly search for Waterloo Watch on Kickstarter, but the DuFraneWatches.com website has it there too.
Yep. I wish you well. I don't think you need me wishing you well. You're doing very well on your own with.
Oh, I take it.
with swift sellouts. Stephen, thank you so much for joining us, and we will talk to you again sometime soon.
Outstanding. Thank you, Rich.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy that drink. I need one. All right. And up next, we're going to have Rafael Miranda from DWISS at 5 o'clock. So in just a few minutes, we'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone, and we are with our final brand today. We are with Rafael Miranda of DWISS Watches. And Rafael, welcome. You are calling us from Portugal.
Portugal, yes, that's right. Thank you for welcoming me.
So Rafael, you are, we were just talking here before we started our segment. You are one of the longer in existence of what I call the enthusiast-driven brands. Some people call them micro brands. I'm not a huge fan of that term because I don't think it explains too much. We started working together when you first launched DWISS back in 2011, and you just kept making model after model, and you kept succeeding and continuing to grow where a lot of other brands in your same position were not able to do that. And I just want to ask you if you have any opinions as to why you were able to keep growing the brand and keep making new models where a lot of other brands in the same position were not able to.
I think I stick a little bit with the real thing, right? Everybody's trying to revolutionizing the watch industry and creating luxury for affordable price, blah, 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 right? So, we all know the story, everybody's...
We've heard it before, yes.
Yeah, right? Yeah, so everybody that comes out year after year, they have the same story, try to change everything, and you're probably not going to do that because you're too small to do that, right? So I was sticking with the real thing. So I'm small, I do everything myself, and I keep coming with... I'm a watch designer. I mean, I'm an industrial designer, and then I specialize myself in watch design. And that's my job, to design watches. And then I do everything else, like marketing, all the advertising, Facebook, Google, and everything I do myself. I mean, I'm not a super marketer, but I do what I can do, not trying to change the industry, because I'm not going to do that.
But that can be pretty stressful for you to wear so many different hats. I know we were talking about that off air. You just feel overburdened to be the one-man show and deal with everything, where you just want to concentrate on designing your watches. So how do you overcome that? Is it the end result of seeing how successful you've been that keeps you going and wearing all these hats?
It's also the people that I meet along the way, right? Because everybody, that buys a watch, and then I do very few pieces, like 500 a year, and then I meet these people and I talk to them, and a lot of people that we chat in Instagram. That's what keep moving me forward, not the successful of the one watch or another collection. So that's I think the most interesting part of doing everything. That's I talk to everyone. If I have one problem in a watch, I'm gonna talk directly to the person and say to him, okay, you're gonna fix this, and then we fix this, and then we move forward, and everything is one-to-one, right? So I do from the start to the end, and the end is the consumer. So it's the buyer, is the watch lover, that I can share my experience and get their experience and their needs and their expectations. So that's a good thing that I think the brand survived because of that, because I have a one-to-one connection with clients that then they become mostly friends,
I'm hearing something else, though, which I think is interesting, and maybe you'll disagree, but it also sounds like you've acquired enough of the necessary skills so that you don't have to rely on others. Of course, you work with others, but at the end of the day, you can move to this supplier or this supplier because you are the industrial designer and because you have so many of the skills necessary to design the watch and make the watch and ship the watch. That, to me, sounds like it has something to do with why you're able to overcome. Because the last 10 years or so, there's been all kinds of challenges. And I'm sure there's been instances where if you weren't able to do it yourself, it would have been very difficult or maybe very expensive to find someone that could do it for you. Would you agree or disagree?
No, I agree. Yeah, I learned a little bit of everything. I'm not an expert in anything besides design, right? I'm not an expert in logistics or not on marketing, but I know a little bit of everything. If you know a little bit of everything, you know probably much more than anyone, because the designer of one brand, the biggest is the brand, the less you know the process that goes to build a brand.
It's an, it's an important lesson. Yeah. As a designer, I find that there's a lot of industrial designers who get drawn to the world of watches, and often they reach a point where first they discover the amazing design opportunities within a watch, and then they ask themselves, how would I make a watch? As an industrial designer, when you got started, what is it that you were trying to do that was maybe different, or at the very least, what did your eyes want to see? Because your watches have a distinctness to them. It's a combination of hands and sort of discs. How would you describe what sort of aesthetic that you as an industrial designer are trying to go for again and again and again?
Yeah, well, what I say now is like any watch can tell time. That's the slogan I use, but DWISS tells it differently, because I was trying to change the way we tell time. Obviously, for purists would be like, oh no, don't do that, because for purists, you cannot change the hands the way they are.
Are you talking about the RC1 series? That was where you had a disc to tell time.
Yeah, the RC1 is they have the disc, and like that one, and the disc is over here, and it's one in the morning in Portugal, and this is the minute. So you have the disc that runs under the dial, and the minute hand is here. But then I have like the M2 have also the disc, and it tells the hours with the blue disc here that goes. I don't know where it is right now, but will be like at 1, and the blue tells the hour. So I took out the hour hand and put the disc. So I always try to find a way to tell the time differently than the two hands.
But you've also been recognized for that. DWISS has won a lot of awards. Tell us a little bit about the award that you've won for these unique designs.
Yeah, so as an industrial designer, I start design. I won an award when I finished university, and I designed a truck, and it's a little bit bigger than watch, but that was my thesis in 2003, and I applied for awards, and then I started studying how to apply for awards, and I was always trying to do something different, to be recognized as a designer.
Right.
So I know these awards, I always try to show something different for the public, because I know it's not that different is better. Difference is different, but then I have to be recognized as a designer to show that this different thing is better than or is nicer than the normal thing.
So I hear you use the word design different quite a lot, and then I look at the name of the brand, which is DWISS, and I've always wondered, is you're obviously playing on Swiss, maybe D would stand for design, but maybe it should be different. DWISS is just different than Swiss.
Can be that, yeah. I never thought about that. Yeah, that's different from Swiss. Yeah, that's a good one. People think it's a typo, but the idea was to play with the word, right, and then have something that's really recognizable easily. And even if some people don't like, I have a lot of criticism, but it's good because talk bad, but talk about me. It's like say anything. And DWISS was at the beginning was design watch independent. Swiss is standard, and then I changed because it was too long, and I said design watch independent Switzerland, because I'm independently doing everything myself, kind of, because I don't do the movements, obviously, and then I don't do the cases one by one. So I'm not a watchmaker, so I'm independent than anybody else. I don't depend on the marketer. I don't depend on the sales people.
Right.
all the steps that goes from the designing to production, not producing myself, but doing that independently.
Well,
so that was the name. But this different Swiss, it's even better.
So you are actually pretty innovative. I think you're being a little bit humble, but DWISS was also the very first, you formed the very first watch club. Let's talk about, tell us about that watch club.
So also before that, we did a watch in niobium. That's a different metal that is produced in Brazil. The only people that did this watch in niobium was Cartier with a Astro Tourbillon rotonde. They did a rotonde Astro Tourbillon in niobium titanium, and I did a watch in pure niobium. It's 99% niobium. It's not niobium titanium. It's really niobium. So it's 99% niobium.
Why don't you tell people what niobium is at least used for in industrial purposes?
It is, as industrial purpose, it's trained the steel. So it's a superconductor first for wires, and also it's trained the steel. So if you have like 2 tons of steel or 1 ton of steel and 100 grams of niobium, they are hard as well. With much less steel. So they hard the steel, the niobium, and it's a superconductor. Also, Zenith did a watch as a superconductor watch in this year, I think.
It was the one with Bamford, right? Yeah, where they used as well. So they did a little bit of a different technique on there.
Yeah. So very peculiar, but they used the material as well. And then I used that in 2012. And the club is, go ahead, and I talk about the club later.
No, let's finish about the club, because I realized you didn't actually finish answering it, so we want to hear about the club.
Yeah, I didn't start answering it. Yeah. So the club, since I was doing everything, alone, I said, let's try to do something together repeatable, because these things in crowdfunding, mostly you can try to design something, but you're not designing anything. You're just choosing the colors and the hands, or maybe a loom or something like that, right? So the club was from the scratch. So I created this club, was from a subscription-based plan. So you pay a monthly fee, and you are a member of this club, and you design the watch from the beginning to the end. Obviously, not everybody can design a watch, so I put like 4 different cases, and people vote for one case. We took that case, and I got all the opinions from all the members, and they said, okay, let's change this, let's do it smaller, thicker, let's do hexagonal bezel instead of round, and everybody looks this kind of bezel. And so I changed the bezel. The next steps was doing the dials. I did some different proposals. We choose a dial, and then I got the opinions, and then choose the opinions according to the members' suggestions.
And is this M3 that we have here a result from the watch club, the one that Ariel has?
That was the watch. I designed it with 100 people, and everybody. It's a watch design, not just by myself. So I think that's a very, very nice watch from DWISS.
So tell us a little bit about this, because this is a watch that obviously has a lot of details which are near and dear to your heart as a designer. It was done in collaboration with the club, but ultimately you were the one that created all the options. So tell us, what were you trying to accomplish about this watch, and what are some of the key details you think consumers should know about?
I think the dial is really nice, because it's I call it displaced display, because all the display is displaced. The hours are not the smaller hand, but it's the longer one. And so the hours go on the longest circumference of the dial. Since the hours takes longer to pass time, I propose to the members to put the hours on the outside instead of the inside, and then the minutes, and then the seconds, the very small one, because the small circumference, it's where the time passes faster. That's the second.
So let me get this straight. So you read the time quite literally in the sense that the outer hand, as opposed to being the minute hand, is actually the hour hand.
Yeah.
And then the inner hand is the minute hand. So it logically makes sense, but it's reverse from what most people think of normally.
Yeah.
That's what we talk about when we talk about personality. This is the type of quirky stories that watch lovers be like, I bet you can't read the time.
Kind of that, yeah. So it's different, like or not, but you have personality, you know. And
this is an amazing blue, though. By the way, what do you think? It's nice, huh? The blue.
The blue. It is blue.
Yeah, it is nice. I like the specs on this. This also, I think, I'm not sure if I really asked this, but this is using the 28-24 movement.
Yeah.
Top grade, Rich.
Top grade.
It says that on there, actually. It says top grade. I like that. Final question, Raphael. You've been doing this almost a decade now. How is your taste and your design sense as a watch designer changed? What do you do now that you just never would have been able to do 10 years ago? And how do you think your sort of taste has changed?
The taste or how the way to...
You make, for example, the M3 probably wasn't something that you would have come up with or could have come up with when DWISS began. So I'm just trying to listen a little bit about your evolution as a designer, because as you design watches more and more over time, you start to learn things, you start to figure things out, you know what works, what doesn't work, and your own personal taste, your own personal sense of what a nice watch changes. So I just want to hear a little bit about what you think about that, especially in regard to your own experience.
Yeah, I think it changed a lot because I talk, not was just my taste. I understand a little bit the taste of my public, my friends, the buyers and the enthusiasts. So I learn a little bit what they want, and I change my taste and learn with people as well. So what is good, what is not in a watch, and then I think also the way we do things now is faster to do a prototype and try different things. And we can try this faster and change faster. So when I do a rapid prototyping, it's super fast to do, and then I can learn from the prototype to change the design instead of doing something wrong from the beginning to the end, right? So I can change really fast, and then
rapid prototyping is a watchmaker's friend, as what I understand.
So we can learn more about the M3, learn more about DWISS at DWISS.com, or what is your website?
DWISS.com.
DWISS.com. And I want to congratulate you for being a new dad. You have a daughter born just last year, so she just turned 1. So congratulations on that. And you're going to join us for the virtual chat room coming up in a few minutes, which Ariel and I will address. Is that correct? You'll be part of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be there.
We hope so.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Raphael. Good luck, and everybody can learn about the Watch Club and this new M3 at DWISSwatches.com.
Thank you, Raphael.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, everyone. That has been day 1 out of 3 days of Virtual MicroLux with aBlogtoWatch. Rich, we did a good job today. We talked to a lot of brands.
We had a lot of fun, yeah. Absolutely.
We're going to do the same length of time tomorrow. We got another set of brands, and we got a lot of stuff going on. I thought this was really good. I think that it's great because it was a very personal type of experience with the brands.
Yeah.
Everyone was very casual and candid and spoke their mind, which is, I think, exactly what you need to know about people you're buying watches from. Because at this level, especially with the smaller, newer brands, you're really buying the personality, right? If you like the people, if they seem familiar, seem like someone you want to hang out with, you get their watches. A lot of the watchmakers sometimes believe that it's just about the design. And of course, design is really important. Nobody wants to wear a watch that they don't find aesthetically appealing, but there's so many beautiful watches today.
So many.
So learning about who's behind the brands is so crucial in forming a relationship with them. After we sign off right now, there's going to be a couple of opportunities to go to some private Zoom rooms where you can speak directly with the brands, ask them questions, continue on this conversation. Rich is going to tell you more details, but I'm going to sign off from aBlogtoWatch, and we're going to see you tomorrow for more Virtual MicroLux 2020.
Yep. So in the description here on the video, there will be Zoom links. Everyone's going to have their, and all these participating brands are going to have their own individual Zoom links. So you'll follow them there. They are running and controlling their own Zoom sessions, and it will go on for as long as it works out for them. So it is not one giant party, I guess you could say. It's every individual party. I kind of want it to be a really big party.
We want parties. It's hard.
But it is this way. It's individual. So DWISS is going to be there, Norqain, Lebois Company, Sacred Crafts, and SWC. So you can choose whichever or all of those Zoom sessions you want and ask away. And we touched on earlier, there's going to be some promos on their merchandise. I think VML 20 is one of the codes that some of the brands are going to share.
Yeah, the actual discount offers are a little bit of a surprise. We don't know. Maybe you can convince them for more. So enjoy those. We're going to have a few of those each day. And finally, I'd like to thank sponsors Bhindi Jewelers here in Southern California, as well as eBay, which needs no further introduction.
And Breitling. So we'll see you again.
And Breitling.
Yeah, same time, same place tomorrow, guys. Have a good night.